Mbak Mas, Mbak, info.
Iya, monggo.
Baik.
Ya, silakan monggo Mas Fendi bisa dimulai.
Recording in progress.
Thank you everyone. Good morning. I hope everyone is safe and in a good condition. And hope best of wishes from my end. Thank you so much for everyone joining today's conference. Before that, I would like to welcome the Honorable Professor Dr. Makin, Director of Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University, all respectable Vice Rectors, Head of University Senate, and the Secretary of University Senate, all respectable deans, vice deans, and university representatives across faculties of Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University, of course, all distinguished speakers, and of course, all the attendees that are already here, and very on time, very early at the moment. Thank you, and successes, happiness, and good health today that we have today are all undoubtedly from Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Everything happens because of Allah's assistance. So there are no other most precise words to express our deepest gratitude and praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Lord of the universe. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Salawat and salam may always be upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, his family, his companions, his successors, who have given lots of good examples to survive in this particularly challenging time. Today, myself, Fendi Widianto, is truly honored to be invited for the third time to be the Masters of Ceremony for this international conference. So on behalf of all the committees, I would like to welcome all of you to the third annual International Conference on Social Sciences and Humanities 2021. May I have a big applause, maybe? Well, in this year, in this third annual International Conference, we are going to explore and discuss how the pandemic shapes our life in the topic of life after pandemics. And we are going to explore the perspectives, society, change and challenges of the society. Of course, at the end of 2019, we were surprised by the novel coronavirus, or as we call it, COVID-19 virus. As per today, the weekly average new COVID-19 cases are reaching more than 450,000 cases. In Indonesia particularly, we have recorded more than 3 million cases since 2020. And of course, the pandemic affects our life multidimensionally. This, of course, affecting the way we interact with others, either physically or digitally. Therefore, us, everyone here, as the academics and scholars in the field of social sciences, are here to explore the social aspect of COVID-19, particularly in the area of psychology, sociology, and communication sciences. Simply put, what is our life looks like after the pandemic? That's the biggest question, right? That we are going to explore in this 2 days conference. And of course, how social theories can still be relevant in the current and future context. And how can we be moving forward after all of this pandemic? Hopefully soon it will be ended. Thus, here in AICoSH 2021, we have invited scholars and researchers to share their thoughts and insight. But before we continue to the conference, I would like to read today's agenda first. Firstly, we are going to have the opening ceremony, which then followed by a first session and then a break. And then we are going to have the last session after the break. Now, without further ado, I would like to start today's conference by inviting everyone to listen to the Quran recitation by Qari. So please welcome Qari.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين. صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Farhan as the Qari. What a beautiful recitation, of course. Hope it can help us to go to this today's conference with more grounded and grateful feelings. Now, I would like to invite everyone to the next agenda, that is singing the national anthem. It will then be followed by singing the hymn of Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University. So please do follow the singing if you all may.
agama dan ilmu semesta.
Yeah, continuing, the next agenda is welcoming remark from. I would like to invite everyone to watch the remark from Mr. Syaiful Fakhri, Master Psychology, as the chairman of the AICoSH 2021. Please start the video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear colleagues, professors, lecturers, researchers, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the conference committees, I would like to express my sincere gratitude as the chairman of the 3rd Annual International Conference on Social Science and Humanity 2021. I am Syaiful Fakhri, want to welcome you the 3rd AICoSH 2021. I also honorably welcome our keynote and invited speaker. It is with mixed feelings that I welcome you today our conference, particularly due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, the increasing number of cases, and the increasing death rate of the COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia has made many government policies and regulation change in order to limit the interaction and to prevent the spread of the virus itself. There is a lot of uncertainty about the situation, and it gives an enormous impact on many sectors. For instance, the uncertainty regarding the health and economic sector, which made majority of us become more anxious. Moreover, the COVID-19 vaccine process, which has been running still, requires people to be vigilant, particularly in terms of implementing and following social distancing policy, including wearing masks and washing hands. As support for the Indonesian government policy to decrease the spread of the virus in the conference, we try our best to implement this policy by holding the conference online. Regardless of our conference format, I do really hope that this conference can be a means to change people's knowledge about life after the pandemic, be it perspective, challenge, and change. I also hope that the result of this conference will be beneficial to knowledge and society. Thank you very much for your participation. May God bless us all with God's help to make the conference successful and enjoyable. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The health protocol. Next agenda, now I would like to invite everyone to watch another video remark from Dr. Mochamad Sodik. He is the Dean Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities. So, committee, please start the video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and the most merciful, may peace, mercy, and blessing of Allah be upon you. Dear distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to welcome you to the third Annual International Conference of Social Sciences and Humanities 2021 or AICoSH at UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. AICoSH is our annual conference event that aims to help academics and politics makers to explore issues and perspectives in the fields of Social Sciences, Humanities, and Religious Studies, and to address the various problems that arise from these issues. For this conference, I would like to engage all of you in an open and constructive dialogues or issues and live after the pandemic, perspectives, change, and challenges as the main theme of conference. The concept of life after a pandemic emerges from the global pandemic period, which has not yet ended. The global economics, health, and social crisis in the real impacts of this COVID-19 pandemic. In the current situation, which case of the COVID-19 pandemic are still increasing rapidly, and various countries preparing for life after the pandemic is more important than ever. The increasing number of COVID-19 cases is ultimate change the way we live and use technology. Schools, business, public services, and other sectors are forced to adapt technology, particularly how we use the internet in order to minimize gathering activities, thus we can lower the spread of COVID-19 virus. Therefore, human and technology collaboration, multi-level cooperation, and human resources development are important to the discussion. And as in the face of disaster and disease such of COVID-19, it is my hope that thoughts this conference insight and evidence from various perspectives, namely sociology, psychology, and communication sciences, can enrich and strengthen our knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, before I close this speech, I would like to highlight that our university is honored and pleased to support this conference. I personally want to say thank you to the Rector UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta, Professor Phil Makin, M.A, for his continuous support to our faculty and this conference. To all the Vice Rectors and staff at the Central Administrative Office, I would like to thank you profusely for your help and support. I would also like to welcome and thanks all participants who have submitted their works for our conference. And lastly, I would like to thank our honorable speakers for the valuable times, and of course the conference committee for the tireless work. Welcome to our conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Now, before we're going to the next agenda, there is opening speech, keynote speech. I just heard that the committee would like to play some videos about the AICoSH and the Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities. So please do watch it.
datang di Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Humaniora Universitas Islam Negeri Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Humaniora yang merupakan salah satu fakultas favorit di Universitas Islam Negeri Sunan Kalijaga ini memandu dan mengembangkan studi ilmu keislaman dan juga ilmu sosial dan menyebarkan nilai-nilai kemanusiaan, sehingga akan melahirkan insan-insan cendekia yang senantiasa berakhlak mulia, yang juga nantinya akan sangat bermanfaat bagi diri sendiri dan lingkungan sekitar. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Humaniora memiliki 3 program studi yang menunjang ilmu keagamaan dan juga ilmu sosial dan kemanusiaan, antara lain program studi psikologi, program studi sosiologi, dan program studi ilmu komunikasi. Fasilitas yang menunjang kegiatan mahasiswa Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Humaniora antara lain Interactive Center, ruang kelas, laboratorium public relation, laboratorium advertising, ruang baca psikologi, ruang audiovisual, ruang prodi, masjid, perpustakaan, laboratorium perkembangan, laboratorium elips, laboratorium sosial, klinis atau CPC, dan laboratorium sosiologi. Selamat datang di Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Humaniora Universitas Islam Negeri Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Humaniora yang merupakan salah satu fakultas favorit di Universitas Islam Negeri Sunan Kalijaga ini memandu dan mengembangkan studi ilmu keislaman dan juga ilmu sosial dan menyebarkan nilai-nilai kemanusiaan, sehingga akan melahirkan insan-insan cendekia yang senantiasa berakhlak mulia, yang juga nantinya akan sangat bermanfaat bagi diri sendiri dan lingkungan sekitar. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Humaniora memiliki 3 program studi yang menunjang ilmu keagamaan dan juga ilmu sosial dan kemanusiaan, antara lain program studi psikologi, program studi sosiologi, dan program studi ilmu komunikasi. Fasilitas yang menunjang kegiatan mahasiswa Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Humaniora antara lain Interactive Center, ruang kelas, laboratorium public relation, laboratorium advertising, ruang baca psikologi, ruang audiovisual, ruang prodi, masjid, perpustakaan, laboratorium perkembangan, laboratorium elips, laboratorium sosial, klinis atau CPC, dan laboratorium sosiologi.
ini Pak Rektor bersamaan dengan acara FUBI, jadi bisa masuk jam 9.30. Monggo di minutes.
Siap. Wow, watching that video, thank you, Pak Sodik. Watching that video reminds me of my days. It feels like walking down memory lanes. Beautiful campus, amazing lecturers, professor, yeah. And as Dr. Sodik said, we are still waiting for Mr. Rector to join the meeting. Maybe we can do, I don't know, like a quick activities maybe. Can I do like a voting? Oh, maybe we can do this. I would like to invite everyone to use the reaction button down there at the bottom. Please tell us how do you feel about today's conference? How do you feel? Are you happy? You can give a clap hands, or if you love the process, the agenda until now, you can give the heart shape, or you can use your imagination and put it in the chat. I would give myself the tada emoticons, because I feel that this is my third time being invited to be the master of ceremony, and this is an amazing conference. And every year, the Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities did a great job by inviting amazing speakers and also selecting insightful papers. This conference will be 2 days. So today is the first day. Will be concise with 2 sessions. The panel session, the first session, and we are also going to have the second session after the break. The first session, we're going to have 3 speakers, and the second session will also have 3 speakers across different faculties, different departments, also different universities. For tomorrow's, we are going to have also 2 sessions. The first one is a panel session, which consists of 6 speakers. 6 speakers, and the second one is the presentation of 5 best papers. So looking forward to the amazing and insightful session throughout the day and tomorrow. As I see that Professor Makin is already here, I would like to invite Professor Makin and invite everyone, of course, to hear the welcoming remark or the opening speech from the Honorable Professor Dr. Makin as the Rector of Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University. Please welcome Professor Makin.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pak Dekan, Dr. Muhammad Sodik, for this very great meeting and very good conference. It has indeed great contributions to the discussion in our campus. Ibu Yani, and also Pak Faisdin, Pak Badrun, and all of those who attend in this conference, our lecturers, head of department, secretaries of department, some students, and some staffs. Thank you very much for this great conference. Can I share? No, please make me a co-host so that I could share PowerPoint presentations. Please. Bisa saya dijadikan co-host sehingga saya bisa share screen.
Yeah, we're working on it, Professor Makin.
So my apology too, because we have another conference in Usuluddin faculty. I just finished talk and then I leave. Okay, thank you. It seems okay now.
Yeah, You are now a co-host, Professor Makin.
Thank you.
Please do share your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. During this meeting, let us take a moment what happened in our religious belief and our community during time during which we are faced with the pandemic COVID-19. Every day, we heard news about those who passed away through social media, through WhatsApp group, Facebook, and Instagram. And this very sad moment. However, at the same time, we ponder upon the meaning of death. And I think after this pandemic is over, religious leaders and theologians, I think, should once more renew. Not only we get used to, because those who pass away in number of thousands, and around the globe is millions, 2 millions. And every day, also we heard some of those infected with COVID-19. So at the same time, beside pondering upon the meaning of death, the meaning of sickness, the meaning of getting sick also has somehow contributions to our way of thinking, how we should interpret the meaning of death and the meaning of sick as a man being religious and always being religious, feeling safe and at home. At the same time, those who never experience sick has value of health. Never before that we really gratitude and thankful in every meeting that we are in a well-being status and we still healthy, and we advise each other to take sports, to take a little exercise, to eat a good food. This will change our understanding of our life. And again, almost every day, perhaps at the moment we have 3 death news, and this will change our behavior, how to mourn, particularly via the social media. We always repeat our mourning with copy-paste, perhaps, the word Inna Lillahi Raji'un, and how we should pray to those who deceased, and how we should pray to those who left behind, because we have to strengthen each other. And the meaning of life during the time of COVID-19, I think, is also changed. Once again, gratitude is not only because we have faced lack. Alive at the moment, we should express gratitude. And during this pandemic, we have city in the level of village, citizens. We have witnessed many endeavors, many efforts to strengthen each other, not only via prayers, but via donations, donation of blood, donations of what we have in terms of money, in terms of food. In the beginning of this pandemic, 2019, some village coordinate each other. They have huge organizations to close their border, to prevent outside their village to enter in their village. That's in the first days of the catastrophe. But at the moment, we are quite exhausted. We just surrender to God, perhaps, and then we pray and then let people communicate each other to prevent communication is impossible because a human being is a creature of social, homo socius. And we also learn during this pandemic time how flexible in our prayers. Not only we prefer to pray alone at home with our family, but also the way we pray, I think, is different. So indeed, this pandemic has an impact, but we are not sure for how long. Perhaps when this pandemic is over, we already forget there was a pandemic. We faced this catastrophe many times in Indonesia because we are islands with many volcanoes. We face the eruption of Mount Merapi. We face tsunami. We face often earthquakes and many others natural catastrophe. But oftentimes, after facing and after building solidarity, and then we forget. And thank we forget very soon, otherwise we always very sad. And this pandemic, we see we should keep a distance among each other. And a good thing, we not only blame this pandemic and bring catastrophe and bring sad news, but also we see how we learn from pandemic. For instance, during Islamic big days like Idul Fitri, Idul Adha, New Year, Hijriah, Isra Mi'raj, and the birth of the Prophet, Maulid Nabi, the ascension of the Prophet, all perform in silence. And this in response and perhaps learning from other religions. In both Protestant and Catholicism, in many mass prayers, Urbi et Orbi, for instance, in Vatican, and in church, they also prefer to do it virtually, or they pray with their family in Christmas, Good Friday, Easter, and the Ascension of Jesus. So we get used to not to walk to the church or to the mosque, but this will change our behavior, how we pray. Likewise, in Hinduism, we already face Nyepi, Saraswati, Pakerwesi, Galungan, and Kuningan. And I think, as like the case of Islam and Christianity, Hinduism also perform their prayers at home privately and always obey a health protocol. Likewise, in Buddhism and Confucianism, everybody is very careful. How our behavior changed during this pandemic, I think we are moved from a group prayers, from a crowded and physical meeting, to more individual and more family oriented. And we do really appreciate silence. Never is before silence is appreciated during this day of pandemic. And I see, another side of this pandemic. Birds, for instance, in the forests of Mount Merapi and also in our neighborhoods, increased in terms of number. Perhaps nature needs renewals, and nature has a place during this pandemic, and we give breath to nature so that we give a good break to ourselves, not to disturb nature. And perhaps we should calculate how many not regularly fly, not as much as before the pandemic. So it will give us a new insight about human being. And indeed, as scholars in our university and as religious leaders in many Islamic organizations like Nahdlatul and many others, also other religions, we should give new interpretations of solidarity, collectivity, individuality, family, and perhaps education. We got used to online learnings and teaching, and how this changed our behavior. And finally, from this pandemic, we indeed learn from each other. Among different faiths and religion, different nations and countries, different universities and institutes, and different communities in the world. So today, perhaps, we learn from each other, but we are not sure for how long. For how long we keep open mind like this, for how long we see each other like this, for how long we are very patient in listening to other death, in listening to the news of mourning, in listening to other difficulties. I think that is another scholars and intellectuals should ponder more what is the impact of pandemic to our life. And thank you very much for your patience, and I wish this conference will be fruitful. And our discussion will contribute to something to our understandings and nature of this pandemic. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Pak Rector.
Thank you, Professor Makin. But before you go, I would like to invite everyone with the assistance of the committee to take a picture, to take a screenshot. Look how COVID-19 has changed our, again, a way of interaction. Usually we take a picture together in a physical space. Now we are in the digital space. So please, if you are comfortable to be taken picture, please do turn on your camera. The committee will assist us in the screenshot moment. All right, is the committee ready? If yes, on my count, 3, 2, 1. We're going to take 5 more pictures because there are 5 pages in the Zoom meeting. So next page, the committee on 3, 2, 1. Again, page number 3. Yeah. All right. 3, 2, 1. Page number 4 now, I believe. Yeah, there you go. 3, 2, 1. All right. Do we have another page? I think that's all. Correct me if I'm wrong, the committee. But for the security, let's just take one last picture then. Everyone, keep your smile. On 3, 2, 1. There you go. Thank you. Thank you so much. Right. I think we are way ahead of the we were like really good in time of schedule. Before we're going to the next session, which is the panel, I would like to invite everyone to watch the video from the committee. The video is about the camp, I believe. The camp that we did way before the pandemic, that was on in 2019. Are we going to? Yeah, there you go.
Gimana Dem? Gimana Bu, mantap nggak Bu?
Ini video.
Video Bu. Gimana Bu? Gokil nggak Bu? Gokil nggak?
I'm feeling amazing, bro. This is the first time I have in my life.
One, two, three.
Enjoy camp.
Halo, 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 halo.
Pas. Nah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Rector Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta.
Saya Mochamad Sodik, Dekan Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Humaniora UIN Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta.
Saya Dr. S.Sos M.Si, Wakil Dekan Bidang Kemahasiswaan, Alumni dan Kerjasama.
Saya ingin mengucapkan selamat kepada penyelenggaraan Enjoy Camp di UIN Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta. Enjoy Camp ini bisa menghadirkan tokoh-tokoh mahasiswa dari berbagai negara, khususnya di lingkungan ASEAN, Asia Tenggara. Nah, dengan tema yang juga tentu sangat penting hari ini, ya, yaitu mengenai inklusivitas. Karena satu, sudah beda negara, yang kedua, internal beda negara itu ada beda suku, ada beda daerah, ada beda agama, jadi menunjukkan pluralitas yang sangat tinggi. Zoom akan menjadi salah satu ujung tombak ya pengenalan inklusivitas Islam Indonesia atau yang sering belakangan disebut dengan Islam moderat. Sekali lagi saya ucapkan selamat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat pada semua peserta Enjoy Camp. Kami ucapkan terima kasih. Enjoy Camp diadakan dalam rangka untuk kita menyadari bahwa Visum adalah bagian dari UIN adalah bagian dari Indonesia adalah bagian dari nasional dan internasional. Oleh karena itu, Kemah Pemuda Internasional ini sangat penting karena kita ingin bahwa para pemuda, para mahasiswa tidak hanya mengasah kepekaan intelektual, tapi juga kepekaan sosial dan kultural. Disinilah peran dari Enjoy Camp ini sangat penting, sehingga kita terus mengadakan acara ini setiap tahun dan akan semakin kita perluas dan dengan tema-tema yang semakin menantang. Insya Allah dengan cara ini kita akan jadi bagian dari dunia internasional dan dunia perdamaian.
Kepanitiaan Enjoy Camp ini dikomandani oleh Mas Ahmad Uzair PhD, dan tentunya dalam kepanitiaan ini melibatkan dosen, tendik, mahasiswa, dan alumni di Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Humaniora. Bagi para peserta Enjoy Camp, selamat mengikuti Enjoy Camp perdana dari Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Humaniora. Semoga bisa memberikan kesan yang mendalam sehingga bisa terlibat lagi dalam event Enjoy Camp tahun depan. Sampai jumpa di event Enjoy Camp 2020.
Sebagai ketua panitia, kami sangat senang menyambut para peserta 52 orang dari berbagai mitra universitas di dalam negeri maupun dari luar negeri, dari Brunei, Filipina, Malaysia, Singapura, dan Thailand. Kami berharap kawan-kawan peserta menikmati acara ini dan meningkatkan pengetahuan sekaligus wawasan dan komitmen yang baru sesuai dengan tema Enjoy Camp New Year's Awareness for Inclusive Culture.
Nama saya Muhammad Aiman Hakim bin Zaharuddin daripada Malaysia, dan sekarang saya berada di Yogyakarta dekat dalam youth camp yang pada saya sangat terbaik. Okey, kerana kita dapat berjumpa dengan semua teman-teman yang berada dekat dalam negara-negara di Asia.
Perkenalkan, saya Pipin Purnamawati sebagai perwakilan Buddhis dari Yogyakarta. Pemuda-pemudi di Asia Tenggara ini memiliki sejumlah potensial yang sangat besar untuk memajukan negara-negara kita yang pada umumnya masih merupakan negara yang berkembang, di mana pemuda-pemudi inilah yang menjadi kunci bagi negara-negara berkembang ini untuk maju ke level yang lebih berbeda lagi. Terakhir, saya ingin mengucapkan bahwa I'm an enjoyers.
We are enjoyers.
I'm enjoyers.
I'm an enjoyers.
I am enjoyers.
I am enjoyers.
And with that, I'm an enjoyer.
And together we are enjoyers. Hey!
I am an enjoyers and see you in the future.
Yeah, thank you. That reminds me a lot. 2 years ago. Thank you so much for the committee to playing that video. Now, after we watch that video, we are going to the next agenda. That is the first plenary session. In this session, we are going to have 3 amazing speakers. The first one is coming way from Germany, Professor Dr. Hans Christian Günther. Excuse my pronunciation if that's wrong. Professor Hans Christian Günther is from University of Freiburg, Germany. He is here replacing Professor Atin Anwar, PhD from Hobart and William Smith College, New York. Thank you so much for joining today's session. The second speaker is coming from Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University from the Department of Sociology, Dr. Philosophy Ahmad Norma Permata. The third speaker is coming from China, from the School of Communication and Journalism, Nanjing Normal University, Senjun, PhD. This session will be moderated by Mr. Lukman from the Department of Communication Sciences, Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University. So please welcome Mr. Lukman.
Thank you, Fendi Widianto, our greatest MC. From last 3 years, you are the MC of AICoSH, yes? So we will meet again in the next year, Wendy. Thanks for the occasions. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speaker, and all the participants of AICoSH 2021. This is the first day of third annual international conference on social science and humanities, AICoSH. The title is Life After Pandemic: Perspectives, Change and Challenge. First of all, I'm sorry I'm wearing the mask on because I'm attending the university because I need to coordinate more accurately with the committee. My name is Lukman Nusa. You can call me Nusa later. I'm one of the lecturer in UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. Today as your moderator, I will get you in the next 2 hours, yes, for the first sessions. We already have 3 speakers here with us, ready to share their ideas. Like Fendi said, we have Prof. Dr. Hans Christian Kunder from Freiburg University, Germany. He studied in classics, philosophy, comparative linguistics at the University of Freiburg, Oxford, and Venice. Doctorate at 1985. That was back when I'm already birth, yeah. Professor for classic in Freiburg. His, I believe, lecture and guest professorships in Italy, Japan, Georgia, Poland, China, Korea, Iran, and Indonesia, of course. And for this second speaker, we have Dr.Phil Ahmad Norma Permata. He is a lecturer from our university. He is from Sociology Department. Good morning, Mr. Ahmad Norma.
Morning,
are you already here? Yes. Hello, Mr. Norma. Earned PhD on political science and anthropology from Münster University, Germany. Research interest in Islam and democracy, public policy, and political theory. And he is now member of advisory board Muhammadiyah COVID-19 Command Center. So he is very active in this pandemic, yes. And the third speaker, we have Senjun PhD from School of Communication and Journalism, Nanjing Normal University. She has a research interest in global communications, media diplomacy, media discourse, and media geography. And she is more interested in communication technology, I believe. Hello, Miss Senjun, are you there? Please say hello to the all participants.
Hello everyone.
Mr. Senjun, Miss Senjun.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Hello. It's good to have you here, Miss Senjun. And I believe Mr. Kunter will join us later because I saw he joined us, but I don't know, he's disconnected. And fortunately, we have Mr. Ahmad Norma Permata that already ready to speak their ideas. And before we jump to Mr. Ahmad ideas, I would like to guide you in 2 hours for this first speaker, and two speaker and third speaker have 20 to 30 minutes, and we will continue the discussions into questions and answer sessions. That was for around 40 minutes, I believe, and that's and all the participants can questions and can send their questions with raise their hand in the Zoom, or simply type your questions in the chat room in the Zoom applications. Okay, without further ado, I would like to give 30 minutes for Mr. Ahmad Norma Permata. Are you ready, Mr. Ahmad Norma Permata? I think he has a problem with the connections, because in my screens, Mr. Ahmad Norma Permata is freezing.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Norma.
Can you see me?
Yeah.
Mas Lukman?
Yeah.
Okay,
can you speak a little bit louder? Because
sure. Okay.
Okay. Mr. Norma, you have 30 minutes to deliver your ideas.
30
the
minutes.
Time is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very honored to be here. Greeting to other speakers and friends and colleagues who are here. This morning, I would like to talk about COVID-19, democracy and Islam in Indonesia. I believe these 3 points is very important, especially when we are looking to the time after pandemic. Because in my observations, even though COVID-19 posed a severe pandemic to us right now, there are some so-called blessing in disguise that we can find behind what happened. In our language, in Indonesian language, we used to call it hikmah. We find valuable things, something that is valuable behind things that look ugly or look bad. And I believe that COVID-19 brings something positive to democracy in Indonesia. At my presentation. So basically, COVID-19 pandemic brings uncertainty and therefore reveals the true capacity of democratic institutions. Just like our normal life, everyday life, during normal situation, you can pretend to be something like this or something like that. But during uncertainty, during a critical situation, you will show your true color. This is what happened in our democracy in Indonesia. So let's have a look briefly the history of democracy in Indonesia in the last 20 years or so. After the fall of Suharto in 1998, Indonesia had gone a prolonged democratic transitions. What is democratic transition? It's basically a process by which a non-democratic country become an advanced or established democracy. On paper, or on theory, this would take 2 rounds of elections, 2 election times, which is in Indonesia should be accomplished in 1999. So on paper, Indonesia should become a democratic country by 2009. However, the promise of democracy did not materialize. So what is the promise of democracy? Basically, at least there are 3 points that democracy promises to the people. The first is rule of law. The second one is freedom of choice, including free and fair elections. And the third one, economic prosperity. The first 2, perhaps already there. We had free and fair elections since 1999. And then to some degree, we also had freedom of choice, freedom of speech. But it seems that the economic situation was not improving as the people expect. So the public were bored. People feel boring with what they call democratic rhetoric. Democracy they see as just a rhetoric because they still unhappy with their life conditions, especially economic condition. This situation led to the emergence of a new type of regime, the current government, a current regime, with, in my opinion, resemble a new order political discourse, namely return to the basic needs. Focusing on political stability, economic growth, foreign direct investment, and so on and so forth. And consequently, the government tend to set aside democratic norms as secondary. So if we observe the atmosphere of political, the political atmosphere, democratic atmosphere in Indonesia right now, freedom of speech, transparency, accountability tend to be regarded as secondary compared to political stability, constructions of infrastructure, direct foreign investment, and so on. This situation affects how the governments handle the pandemic. I note at least 3 important points. The first one, the government tend to be authoritarian in their executions of handling the pandemic. Namely, they are anti-critics. Several people face some problem, ran into trouble when they started criticizing the governments. Maybe the most infamous case was Dr. Tirta. Dr. Tirta is a medical doctor by training, but a businessman by profession. He was very active in raising public awareness about the danger of COVID pandemic. And because of the slow response of the government, he started to be frustrated and criticizing the governments. And soon he lost his social media accounts. It is hijacked by some kinds of buzzer, presumably from the government's buzzers, that try to silence critics. And this is also in line with a number of laws that is issued by the government in the last 5 years that try to calm down or to limit the freedom of speech. Yeah, this is the first character. The second one is anti-science. This is very interesting. In the earlier phase of the pandemic, earlier last year, a number of high-ranking officials, a number of government ministers said that COVID-19 pandemic is not that dangerous. They seem to convince the public that the public should not be worried because this pandemic was not so dangerous. Even they went to say that COVID-19 virus will die because of the heat of Indonesian weather. Such statement, of course, in frontal contradictions with any recommendations or statement from medical authority, local or international, yeah? And this create some kinds of doubt among the people. The public tend to undermine the danger of the pandemic because high-ranking officials behave something that is anti-scientific in character. And the third one, very visible political fragmentations, inconsistencies in the policies, especially between the central and local governments, but also among different ministries in the central government itself. So these three these ways of handling the pandemic has caused poor administrations in government handling the pandemic, and we witness right now how Indonesia become the hotspot of COVID-19, not only in Southeast Asia, but at some time worldwide, replacing India. So what Islam has to do with all of this? I would like to start with civil Islam. What is civil Islam? This term is very popular 20 years ago, 15 years ago, but right now it's not so popular. Civil Islam is basically Muslim communities which characterized by socially pluralistic. And it means that its members include different types of people, economically, socially, culturally, and then economically independent, meaning that they do not depend on government subsidized. And the last one, politically moderate. They always try to look at the bigger picture in making political decisions. Such Muslim groups was the driving force of Indonesian democratizations in 1998, 20 years ago. That makes Indonesia champion of democracy in the Muslim world, because at that time, scholars believe that the Muslim world was an infertile land for democracy. It's almost impossible to find democratic country across the Muslim world. And Indonesia became the first and the foremost because of the contributions of civil Islam. These groups were best represented by two major Muslim organizations, the Muhammadiyah and Nahdlatul Ulama. This is the idea of civil Islam. It is part of the success story of Indonesian democratizations. However, since perhaps 2010, scholars noticed a new development, what they call conservative turn among civil Islam. Those groups who were very active and critical in the past, they turn into what scholars of political science call contingent Democrats. They were willing to support democracy and democratic project if there were incentives worth to take. So if there were worth political or social or economic incentives, they will proceed in supporting certain democratic project or democratic situation. However, if there is if there were no such incentive, they will go away or they will be silenced. So this that situation made scholars invent the term contingent Democrats. The so-called moderate organizations also, in fact, harboring intolerant elements among themselves. Yeah, because conservative and radical people are handy. They can be useful, easily exploited for different purpose by different agencies. And they become uncritical toward the governments. They are reluctant to criticizing the governments. And when the pandemic come back, this is what I call blessing in disguise. COVID pandemic brought multiple disasters at the grassroots level. Economic problem, health problem, religious problem that forced the civil Islam communities to refocusing on social work. They set aside politics for a moment and focus to their constituents. And there they provide, they promote rational religious behaviors. What does it mean? It means that civil Islamic organizations provide Islamic arguments for medical advices, medical procedures that is helpful to prevent the further spread of the virus. For example, persuading people for suspending public gatherings, public celebrations, and praying at home, and provide a religious justification for that. This is very helpful, and even though here and there we still find people carried out religious gathering outside that triggered the hotspot, the mass infection, but in general, Indonesian Muslims follows persuasions, recommendations from major organizations such as Nahdlatul Ulama and Muhammadiyah. And the most interesting for me is that Muslim organizations such as Nahdlatul Ulama and Muhammadiyah started to criticizing the government because they feel the pressure, the strong pressure from their own constituents, from their own members, that stuck in a very bad situation combined by poor handling of the government of the pandemic. So lately we will easily find top leaders of Muhammadiyah or top leaders of Nahdlatul Ulama criticizing the governments, which I think did not happen 5 years ago. And this is the blessing in disguise of the pandemic in terms of democracy. So, what democracy in Indonesia looks like beyond the pandemic? In my opinion, we are going to see different types of civil Islam. Up to now, or especially in the past, civil Islam perceived more from Putnamian perspective. That is, civil Islam is a Muslim community characterized by non-political character. They are basically neighborhood activities, non-political, no political agenda, and work complementary with the governments. However, if we look at what happened right now during the pandemic, we will see perhaps a more Gramscian or neo-Gramscian civil society in which civil Islam will work in a more explicit political way. They will show their political agenda. They will pursue political agenda, and they will work in a strategic way with the governments. Let me explain a little bit more about this one. According to Antonio Gramsci, Italian political philosopher, civil society is society. They stand in front of political society, which is the state. So the relation between the state and the society is always an equal relation. The state have everything, funding, bureaucracy, weapon, military, while the society do not have those. And so the relations is always oppressive and exploitative. However, because the state and the government need to have a positive perceptions among the people, so they will exploit and oppress the people in a very smooth way. This is what Gramsci called hegemony. Sorry, just slip away from my memory. In classical Gramscian, civil society relation with the state is always hegemonic. The state exploits civil society. However, neo-Gramscian scholars believe that right now, our modern day civil society more robust, stronger, and more cleverer in doing the politics. So for example, we can see right now how Muhammadiyah and Nahdlatul Ulama play a political game very nicely, not only following what the government said, but also doing their own, pursuing their own agenda. They have a political agenda vis-a-vis the government. in order to protect their own communities, their own constituents. And this is a healthier situation when civil society is more robust and willing to criticize the governments and therefore become check and balance in democratic politics. So that is my observations about the pandemic, democracy, and Islam. And I believe that this pandemic bring blessing in disguise for the future democracy in Indonesia. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Norma. Please, our participants, give a round of applause for Mr. Norma. That was a remarkable presentation. I personally was curious what will happen in Indonesia when the pandemic attacked us in a new order era that Mr. Norma said. Will it be more well controlled than this era or worse? Of course, that was Islam or civil Islam is leading the factor that Mr. Norma stated that we have something or Islam group that developed in academics and in pandemic era. And I believe, Mr. Norma's believe that the pandemic itself is a blessing in disguise. Well, I believe that all the participants have a lot of questions in their mind, but hold your horse. Everyone, kindly deliver your question later or type it on the chat room, because we have two more speakers with their knowledge, good ideas than Mr. Norma. For the second speaker, we have Mr. Gunther. Prof. Gunther, are you there?
Yes. Do you hear me?
Mr. Gunther,
yes,
you have 30 minutes to deliver your ideas or to present your presentations now. Are you ready?
Yes, yes.
The time is yours, Mr. Gunther.
Assalamu alaikum. I thank you very much. It's a great honor for me to speak to your conference, and I apologize very much that I have a very ill-prepared paper because I was only informed about this yesterday. And of course, I must also say I am not, of course, on the current of all the developments in Indonesia. So my speech will begin with the situation in Europe, in Germany in particular, where I am on the current, and I will show how this reflects the problems of the COVID-19 pandemic in general. In fact, I mean, I know that your conference is about life after the pandemic, but what I have to say about life after the pandemic is very simple and very prosaic. So I think I must first tell you what I think has happened worldwide in this pandemic, and then you will understand what I think is the right thing to do for the world and for Indonesia in particular. So my short speech will fall into three parts. First of all, I will talk a little bit about the situation in Europe and in Germany in particular. Then I come to the situation in East Asia and Indonesia in particular, but I insert a few words about the role of the WHO and of China, and then I come to the last part, which I think you expect from me. What should we do now? Now, first of all, let me say that, of course, I mean, I am not a physician, but I also am not completely ignorant of modern medicine. And I can also tell you that apart from what I know from the media, I have, as my personal physicians, scholars of international standing, and especially my also basic family doctor is a very, very prominent physician. So I have direct insight into what really is the state of knowledge in the medical science about this disease. Now, I make it clear to you from the very beginning that what I say is based on the fact that if you ask the real experts and not the people paid by the European governments, this pandemic is a great hoax and a fake. And I will now illustrate this by the actions of European governments, taking Germany as an example. What did our government or what did European governments do when the pandemic became officially known in Europe? That was in February of last year. The first reaction of our government was complete negligence. The Secretary of Health came out in public and said, this virus is completely harmless. We know everything about this virus, and all reports that there will be strict measures of the government are fake news. There is no danger at all. And also the European governments did not close the border to China when East Asian countries already had done so for a long time. So this was the first reaction. And then suddenly, in a matter of 3 days, the government in Germany turned round completely, as did the other governments. And I hear some noise in the background. Yes. Then, in a matter of 3 days only, the German government turned completely round. They said, we now want to test the public, whether the public will obey strict measures without coercion. And after 1 weekend, the government said, no, the public has not obeyed our orders, and it decided on a lockdown in Germany. That was in March of last year. Now, after already in the wake of this lockdown, the real experts, which were not paid by the government and not corrupt, came out and said that this is an overreaction and this virus is not as dangerous as to justify such measures. And at the end of the lockdown in May, actually, it came out that all the figures on which the lockdown was based, all the figures which the highest authority of health in Germany, the so-called Robert Koch Institute, has given to the government were wrong. And it was excused by the fact that the government said the institute got the real numbers too late, and therefore they did not realize that already the peak of the pandemic was over when we initiated the lockdown. And the government apologized and that if we knew then what we know now, we would never have enacted a lockdown and we will never do it again. And then everything seemed to be fine. Obviously, some people in the scientific community said that probably in autumn things would become worse, because in autumn is the season of the flu, and therefore there should be taken some precautions for elderly people and also for schools, more ventilation, more air conditioning. Nothing was done. Now, autumn came, and then the number of positively tested people rose. Now you must know that it is absolutely clear for everybody who knows the facts that these so-called PCR tests, on which all the countries base their figures of infected people, are not a reliable guide to the people who are really infected. So the government can manipulate these numbers as they like. If they test many people, then we have many so-called infections. If we test less people, we have not so many infections. But these so-called infected people are not sick. The test only makes sense if somebody has symptoms and is sick, in order to make sure that it's really COVID and nothing else. So the sick people in Germany were never very high and never did justify a lockdown. But the government bombarded the public with a lot of figures and said, if it goes on like this, we will have a shortage of beds for intensive care, which we need for the COVID persons. And therefore, they enacted again an even much longer lockdown, which has only ended recently. This lockdown was based basically on the contention that we have a shortage in Germany of beds of intensive care. Now, in the meantime, the real experts said that all this is wrong. The numbers of the government are wrong in every respect. Also, the numbers about the beds in intensive care. And you could see, even as a non-physician, if you just looked in the internet, the official figures for the beds in intensive care, it was not true that there was a shortage. And then it came out quite recently, which is a big scandal, that all the numbers which have been given officially, both by the Secretary of Health and by the head of the highest health institution in Germany, the Robert Koch Institute, were fake numbers. The hospitals were subsidized if they had a shortage of intensive care beds. So they intentionally removed beds in order to claim the money of the government for beds which they did not need. And also these beds were not really always even put in place. And this was found out by the highest financial authority in Germany. This is called the Bundesrechnungshof. The Bundesrechnungshof is an institution which controls the finances of all state institutions, also of the government. And this institution has found out that there was fraud of the heads of hospitals in Germany, which lied about the numbers of beds, and also, of course, the government, which knew from the highest authority, the Robert Koch Institute, that the numbers were fake. But the health secretary and the head of the Robert Koch Institute, they lied to the public. They gave the wrong numbers but they knew what the right numbers are. The critics of this policy were silenced. Their social accounts were all closed. If you by chance found something about them and you posted it on social media, it was immediately removed and you were also barred from posting again. Also, medical critics of the government policy of the lockdown were searched by armed police. Also, they had done nothing just in order to frighten them. Also, judges who passed judgments which did not fit the government policy were criminalized and were searched by police just in order to intimidate them. So since this pandemic, we have no freedom of speech any longer, we have no freedom of research, and we have no state of law any longer. So, what is the real state of the pandemic in Germany and worldwide? Already in autumn of last year, the highest authority, if there is any, for infectious diseases, Professor Humanities from Stanford has made a paper which has been accepted by the WHO. And if you like, you can go to the homepage of the WHO and see this paper. He has verified that the case mortality, that is, the chance that you die of COVID, if you catch the virus really, the chance is 0.14% on world average. Think of this number. Then, of course, he has broken down it. Elderly people, younger people, different countries. Of course, Europe has a worse age structure than Africa or than Indonesia. So in Europe, where we have many old people, the case mortality is 0.4%. This is the same case mortality which we have in a middle or grave flu, which we had a lot of times and we had no lockdown. Anyway, a lockdown is a new thing. A lockdown was invented by the worst regime which we have in the world, the totalitarian regime of China. So a lockdown is unacceptable in any state of law and in any democracy. It also you must also know that, of course, Europe has enacted this lockdown completely. In a country like, for example, Japan, there has never been a lockdown. There has been government advice to close shops or restaurants earlier. But a lockdown, as in Europe, we never had before. There is, first, it is a crime. It is against human rights. It's against democracy. It's against a free society. And it also has no proof that it works because it has never been tried before. So it is really a riddle why any democratic government or why any government could be so crazy to imitate China in this silly lockdown, which destroys our economy, which even in a rich country like European countries leads to poverty of many people, leads to the disappearance of the middle class and small businesses, and it leads also to health damage because beds in hospital had been left empty for COVID patients which never arrived, and other people did not get their operations or their exams. So also the health damage is enormous, even in our countries. It is even greater in the third world because supply chains have been interrupted And in these countries, if people have no work and there is a lockdown, people will not only be poor, they are already poor, they will die of hunger. So this is a complete disaster. And one must ask, why did governments do this? I think why they did this, we don't really know, and we cannot know. This is a thing which only secret services know. But one thing one can know. One wanted to make money with a vaccine. The vaccine is, of course, the best way of making money for the pharmaceutical industry. And they made these new vaccines, which are called messenger or vector vaccines, which have never been tried out really in animals long enough. But these vaccines have a great potential of creating later medicines based on this principle if it works really. So they used human beings, they used us as guinea pigs for the vaccine, which has turned out to be very dangerous actually. It was predicted what the vaccine could do, and now everybody knows that the vaccine is dangerous and has a lot of dangerous side effects, which for young people are much more dangerous than the virus. And I can tell you that I have been at my family doctor at the end of last week, and he told me that now he is absolutely against these modern vaccines because many of his patients have up to now lasting side effects, some extremely grave. So the only vaccine which actually is at least not dangerous is the Chinese vaccine, which fortunately Indonesia employs, and I hope they will never employ another vaccine because this is the only conventional vaccine. And I will later come to this. Of course, the Chinese know more about this virus than we because they created it and they do not give us the information. So vaccination with the Western vaccines is a very, very dangerous thing, and it should not be employed, actually. Certainly not for young people. And that the Western governments do this is a crime. Another thing is who will profit from the economic breakdown of the middle class and of small businesses. It's clear the international businesses, the big businesses, will win. They can have loss for many years. They have the financial means. And therefore, if the small business go down, after many years, they will be the winners and make the big business. So there are interests, business interests, dirty business interests on the back of the poor and of the middle class people and on small businesses, which people who want this lockdown and want this policy of destruction of our economy. And you must also see that, I mean, why does a man like Bill Gates, why is he allowed to speak in public about health problems of the world? What legitimation does he have? He is not democratically elected, and he is not a physician. He has no authority. He can talk about these things because he has money, and this is absolutely unacceptable. Now, before I come to Indonesia and Asia, I shortly want to insert a few words about the WHO. The WHO is an international organization and it is mainly privately financed. So the WHO is an agent of the internationalist, globalist, capitalist forces, and of course they support this policy. And a sign for this is What does the WHO call a pandemic? A pandemic is not simply an illness which spans the whole world and not only a part. There have been various definitions of what a pandemic is. There was a definition in 1999, then in 2006, and in 2009, when we had the swine flu. In 2009, a very, very important criterion was taken out. A pandemic was only called a worldwide infectious disease with a high mortality and a very virulent virus or bacteria. This is not the case according to the numbers which I told you now from the Humanities paper, which has been accepted by the WHO. And so the WHO changed the definition of a pandemic in order to call this a pandemic, which is not actually a pandemic, as was the swine flu. The swine flu was the first case where in this case, a very harmless disease was blown up unproportionally. Also, a vaccine was created, and this vaccine was harmful. My doctors told me already then that they would not give this vaccine because it's harmful. It turned out to be right. It was destroyed later, but many people were vaccinated and they had grave side effects. So it cost the European taxpayer millions to pay the damages to the people who had the damage of the vaccine and the vaccine which was bought and later destroyed. Now, the second thing I want to mention shortly is the role of China. I mean, it is, of course, we cannot know exactly what was going on and what is the origin of the virus because the Chinese government is not collaborative and we cannot force anything on China. It is too powerful. But it is now very, very likely that a thing which was already said by great authorities, also a Nobel Prize winner, Luc Montagnier, that this was created in a Chinese laboratory. And this is now also in the mainstream press in the West. It's in the mainstream press even in Russia. And it is also, there is a grave suspicion that this is a virus which was created as a bioweapon. And the question is whether this virus did escape only by error or whether indeed China has released this virus intentionally. And in order to understand this, you must know that, of course, China is the power which is most interested in the globalized economy. The globalized economy which profits from this crisis. The small business go down, the big businesses win. In the West, the big businesses are not working for any state. They are international companies. In China, it's different. All the big companies have at least a share majority of the state. So they are working for the Chinese state. So China is interested in destroying our economy. Therefore, one can say we are in a way in a war with China, and they are responsible for this virus. It is, in my opinion, very likely. Now I come to Indonesia, and I just want to say, for developing countries or for emerging markets like Indonesia, a lockdown is a particularly bad folly. Because people, in addition to the illness, they suffer from poverty even more. In developing countries, the people just die. In other countries, the poverty is very grave. I have many friends in Indonesia who are poor people. They suffer under these conditions terribly. And of course, I mean, it is no wonder that for Indonesia, it is a health problem, even if this virus is not so virulent, because the health system of a developing country or an emerging market is inadequate. That is clear. It's the same as in India. And you see, I have lived myself, quasi-lived for 7 years in China. I mean, if in China, I have seen this, if you are not privileged, if you have cancer or heart disease, which in Germany could easily be cured, if you are not a privileged person, you die. And I think in Indonesia, it's the same. My friends in India say it's the same. It is not a fully developed country. But that in recent times, the problem is blown up unproportionately. And there is this hysteria that now Indonesia is a hotspot of the COVID crisis is complete nonsense. Look in the internet, the numbers, the figures of the WHO. Indonesia is far better off than Europe. It's far better off than world average. The only number which counts, which you have to look, is how many people die of COVID. And of course, Indonesia is big. Many people die. That's clear. But if you look at the percentage of people, then I have looked this up a few hours ago. In Indonesia, the mortality, now not the case mortality, but the mortality in relationship to the people, to the population, is, the number is 0.03% in Indonesia. And this is a problem. This is a hotspot. I tell you, the world average is 0.05%. And in Germany, we have 0.1%. So why is Indonesia a hotspot? Indonesia is not a hotspot. Indonesia has no problem with this virus, except the fact that the health system of Indonesia, of course, is not good enough to deal with a serious crisis. But this is not a problem of COVID alone. Infectious diseases make only a very small number of deaths of people. Most people die of cancer or even more of heart diseases. And in Indonesia, I'm sure many more people die because of the inadequate health system in all heart diseases and on cancer. So the COVID is no problem for Indonesia, no real problem. And then I come to my very prosaic and very short point. What Indonesia should do, in my opinion, Indonesia should stop immediately all restrictive measures and just concentrate on giving the best medical care it can to the sick people, and of course, ask for international help, and it will get this help. My friends in India say that India cannot complain about a lack of international help. So treat the sick, but stop everything restrictive. It will not work. And just try to rebuild the Indonesian economy. That is the most important thing. And I mean, there are many people in Europe, and I think in Indonesia probably too, who speak of a chance that we will have after COVID a more just society and more solidarity because more people have suffered. These are empty, silly words. Solidarity between poor people brings nothing. Solidarity brings something if there is money and the rich people have solidarity with the poor. And if the state is rich and has money, and cares for the poor. Indonesia had, since the Suharto regime, a very, very good economic development. It was one of the emerging economies, and the economical experts predicted that Indonesia, in the not too distant future, would become the fifth biggest economy of the world, surpassing Germany. And I think the only good thing of the Suharto regime was a good economic policy. And this good economic policy was continued in the process of the democratization. And if the acting President Jokowi has any merit, he has the merit that he did the right thing in economic policy and care for growth. Now, of course, this economic growth of Indonesia and the relative richness of the country did not profit the poor people. That is a problem which has nothing to do with COVID. It's a problem of the whole world that we have an ever more bigger poverty gap. And this is, of course, what I always have had as a complaint against every government of the world, and also the Indonesian government, that they did not distribute the economic wealth in the right way. The poor people in Indonesia did not profit from the wealth of the Indonesian state. That must change. But that is not a problem of COVID. And first of all, one must rebuild the economy. You cannot do anything for poor people if there is no money. So it is absolutely necessary to go back to rebuilding Indonesia's economy, having good growth of the Indonesian economy, and then you can give more to the poorer people. And the only thing which is specific to the COVID pandemic is that you have seen that the Indonesian health system is inadequate. And health is important. And so the Indonesian government should, when the economy is rebuilt, give more money to healthcare and also better healthcare for people in terms of health insurance for the poor people. And another thing is, I told you that in my opinion, China is the driving force behind this pandemic.
Prof. Günther, you have
yes,
2 more minutes.
Yes, I want only to say, when Indonesia rebuilds its economy, it must also try to become slowly more independent of China. That means not have too many investments of China and try to be as independent as possible. This is difficult. It will take a long time, but this is the task of the government. And I repeat as my last word, the lesson for Indonesia is stop this nonsense and go back to rebuilding the Indonesian economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Terima kasih, Prof. Günther. That was interesting and quite opposite with Mr. Norma idea, because Mr. Norma said that pandemic is blessing in disguise in developing of democracy, but Prof. Günther said it is the quite opposite, because there are diminishing of freedom of speech. Is that declining of democracy development or something like that? And I believe all the participants have questions, a lot of questions. Please kindly type it on the chat room, the questions, and to whom your question is to be sent. And moving on to the next speaker, we have Dr. Senjun. Dr. Senjun, are you ready?
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Good morning.
Yeah, you have 3 minutes,
Okay.
Ms. Senjun. The time is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm from I'm Shen Jun from Nanjing Normal University, from China. And should I share my screen?
Please, committee, help Ms. Sanjan to share the screen. Oh, yeah, you can share the screen now. Our co-host, and you can share the screen now.
Sorry, I'm not sure. How can I? Is that okay?
Yeah, it's appeared now.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, today I'll share with you the latest research of my. I share with you my latest research. Maybe it's not has so tight relation with COVID-19, but I think it shows the current lifestyle of Chinese people, especially the ethnic groups people through the media. So my topic today is about the discourse production logic of Chinese mainstream media for minority images. Firstly, let's see the research background. I'm not sure whether if you know that China is a unified multi-ethnic country jointly created by the people of all its ethnic groups. Since the founding of the People's Republic of China, there are 56 ethnic groups that have been identified and confirmed by the central government. And my research is focused on the media image of one of China's ethnic group, that is, namely the Chujia. And this group consists of 8 million people. The statistic is calculated by the year of 2010. So there are 8 million people in this group. And another reason for I choose this ethnic group as my research sample is because one of my research assistants, she belonged to this group, so that we can conduct this survey in the Chujia's habitant area. As a special type of news with unique Chinese characteristics, the minority ethnic news often take into account the dual constraints of national policy and news policy. Most of minority news prefer the reporting genre of good news, that is, a constructive news discourse production method focused on positive statement, while the existing study really explore the logic behind this discourse production of good news. Therefore, my research attempts to make an in-depth discourse analysis of the Chujia's image in people's daily. This paper, People's Daily, is taken as the mouthpiece of Chinese government, and it's also one of the most important mainstream media in China. So I use this as my as the material for I collect those reports news, and my study tried to explore the discourse legitimization strategy hidden behind the standardized report by combining the methods of questionnaire and in-depth interview. Next, let's see the theoretical basis for this study. The related research of media image began in the 1960s. In the early stage, it mainly focused on the media image of political figures and social organizations. As McGuire's research conducted that the media image constructed by mass media will directly affect the audience cognition of the media in reality. And when Lippmann proposed in the last century with his theory, the pseudo environment, such environment conducted by the mass media is not equal to the objective reality of the real world. And some scholars also found that there is a serious deviation in the media production mechanism between the media image and the audience cognition. So the production logic of the media image is not only based on commercial interests, it's also the ideological production driven by the reproduction of power. And our research is try to find the production logic behind the news discourse. And let's see how I collected the data. We use samples from the database of People's Daily. And in the advanced search term, we use 出家 as the keywords. And searching time is from 2000 to 2020. After some data cleaning work, we get 119 effective samples. And we have 2 independent coders whose accurate batch alpha reached to 0.7. That is to show our data is credible. And we do a news theme clarification based on 5 news genres. These are political and legal news, economy news, cultural, education, and health news, sports news, and social news. Here, for time is limited, I can show you all the total news samples from my study. So I just choose some very classic ones to show you how the media construct the 出家 media image. First, in the genre of political and leader news and economic news, we concluded that those reports prefer to construct 出家 people as the one who aided from the government. In those reports, 出家 people are usually have the experience of receiving help from government and from the China's civil servants. And here, Huang Zhengxue is one specific people from 出家 group, and he get through the experience from very poor living condition to become those with improved income status, improved the living condition, and improved the medical condition, and examples like that. Even we find that in some reports, the name of Huang Zhengxue, some reports use the Huang Zhengxues like to describe a specific group to show the audience that they are the people who have the similar experience supported by the government. And finally, they get out of the poverty. So that's the first media image we can tear through the to jazz news. And next, the second type is from culture, education, and health news genre. We can see that those reports are preferred to construct Tujia people as those who possess unique ethnic culture. And in these reports, we can see many unique cultures belong to Tujias are frequently raised in the news, such as, I'll show you the pictures. Some of the reports are attached with these pictures, some of them not, in order to give you a more figurative sense. I find those pictures which standardize for Tujia people's unique culture. We can see that some of the news try to show the intangible cultural heritage of Tujias, such as their southern opera. They are brocade and their habitant building, the stilted building. This is their building. And also in those reports, we can see lots of the unique culture of the ethnic group, such as they have a funeral dance and they have a ritual when they get married. It's named the crying marriage. People tend to cry at the very day when they get married. It's their unique culture. So in those news, the Tujia people are constructed like a very group with unique ethnic culture. And third, in news genre of sports news and social news, we can see that the Tujia people are constructed as those who with moral virtues. In those news, Tujia people always are described as the person who was like they have complete they have athlete spirit, and they have moral virtues like help each other, like be diligent, and the virtues like that. So that in a summary, we can see that China's mainstream media always construct Tujias as the group of people who possess unique cultural traditions and those of moral characters. But our study want to explore the answer. Want to explore that whether in Tujia people's self-cognition, do they still think the media image is consistent with their real life? So in the second part, we did this survey, try to find the audience cognition, and we invited 109 Tujia people living in the area covered by the sample reports. And in order to facilitate a more accurate facilitate a more accurate description inconsistent with Tuja media image. Our study designed a sliding bar for respondents to show the number of answers. So let's see what we find out. For those respondents, as for the first media image that the news show that people are those who get aided from the government, we can see 46% people think few people are ones get help from government. And second one, for those people who are possessed with unique ethnic culture, we can see that 40% audience think few people still keep the Tuja culture traditions. And the third one, about whether they are persons with good character, with moral virtue, about 71% audience think most people have moral virtues. So the finding is quite interesting, and we think, and in a summary, the results show that the media image of man character meets with Tuja people's self-cognition, but the other two media image shows considerably deviations with the reality. And finally, we try to give out the conclusion, give out two main reasons for explain this deviation. First, China is a multi-ethnic culture, and the prosperity and development of ethnic groups has always been the key national policy. Therefore, the discourse logic of keeping up with political issue and highlighting typical cases is particularly obvious in China's ethnic news. In 2015, in the year of 2015, actually, the CPC Central Committee and State Council is issued the decision on winning the battle against poverty, which raised the poverty alleviation and development work to the level of major policy tasks and development agenda. It reflects the great importance attached by the party and our government to the poverty alleviation work. China then released a guideline in the next 5 years to prepare the nation of eradicating poverty by the year of 2020. So it can be said that in the past 5 years, the poverty alleviation policy has been the key strategic orientation of national development. Thus, the aided image in Tuja news reflects this political sensitivity. And the second perspective is the unique culture essence seems to support the soul of the image of minority ethnic groups. Culture is reflective in the context of intergeneration, while the traditional culture of minority people has not changed or disappeared in the media memory, and it is living in the media image with a take for granted attitude. There is a functional observation of news report which can be called culture repair. That refers to the mass media to make up for the broken and missing traditional culture due to social changes. It is also the process of the audience in traditional society to rediscover the broken traditional culture through the mass media space. And in this research, we explicate the culture repair process by drawing upon Benoit's framework of image restoration strategy and expanding this framework to cultural crisis in order to explain the efforts made by China's mainstream media to eliminate the gradual disappearance research. And that's all for my today's presentation. I hope that it can help you with understanding the discourse legitimization strategy hidden by the China's standardized ethnic news. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. St. John's. That was interesting. How the media see the minority ethnics in China's. I'm totally personally interested in the survey that you made. People see that government isn't helping enough. They say 47% that is see that government is helping the people. Well, the media has their own reality. That's why it's called media reality, because they're gatekeeping functions. Despite their unspoken reality, as I can see from your paper, they have their own merits in cultural repair. That was the interesting part of your speech. Okay, moving on second sessions, questions and answer questions. We have already have our participants that send their questions in chat room. But before jumping to that, I want to prioritize the participant that want to speak up on this Zoom. Is there anyone that want to speak up from Zoom? Please turn on your speaker and camera. Okay, it seems that no one wants to speak directly. Okay, I will start to read the questions from Denisa. This is a questions for Mr. Norma. What do you think the role of buzzer in government risks, as well as political communications during this pandemic? That was first questions for Mr. Norma. And the second questions from Sabikotul Husna. This is a question for Mr. Norma too. What's your opinion on our current reality of how Indonesians Islamic leaders, Kiai and Ustadz, have different views on COVID-19 vaccines and health protocol, which directly on or indirectly created confusions on Muslims grassroots, as they tend to follow Islamic leaders and believe their statement more regarding the COVID vaccines, health protocol, than relying on healthcare professional advice. Many Indonesian Muslims in grassroots refuse to get vaccines and promote not to get the vaccines. Many of them explain they follow their Kiai or Ustad, even though other Islamic leader has expressed their positive view on vaccines and health protocol. What phenomenon we have here? How sociology perspective view on the reality that Indonesia Muslim society greatly rely on Kiai or Ustad as we on facing this pandemic. That was the question from Mr. Second question from Mr. Norma. Moving on to third questions from Mr. Bernardo J. Sujipto to Prof. Gunter. As a catastrophe and tragedy for any country, including developing country like Germany, pandemic has already struck us very hard. I wonder what is the most recommended step regarding solutions for COVID-19 that you expected to be implemented when facing about multidimensional aspects such as science, religions, economic, and many others. And how does German people use religious perspective for pandemic? That was question from Bernardo J. Sujipto from Sociology, Visum Win Sunan Kalijaga. Which one for question for Miss Senjun, yeah? I think this is the question for all the participants, including Miss Senjun from Ahmad Ali from Win Sunan Kalijaga. I want to ask the changes that have occurred after COVID-19 pandemic are in terms of work competitions and our social life. We know that during a pandemic, our social activities are limited by many things, such as lockdowns and restrictions on the treatment of community activities and many work cuts everywhere. Because of this, eventually, many companies, in order to maintain the circulations of company income and the number of workers, cut and the employees. In Indonesia, we call it PHK, yeah. On the other hand, this is very good for the company, but on the other hand, it is very detrimental to workers who need money to support their families. What is my focus and question is whether after the pandemic ends, the employment rate will actually continue to increase and get worse for people's lives at the large when compared to before the pandemic. Then is the number of jealousy and social inequality increasing? That was questions from Mr. Ahmad Alif to all the speaker here. Okay, for Mr. Norma, you can ask for the question from Denisa. From Miss Denisa.
Okay, thank you, Pak Lukman. The first question about political buzzer.
Yeah,
it is a political reality which is less democratic in character, meaning that political issues is solved behind the scene. You know, that buzzer is like hacker, people who work behind a shadow. We don't really know who they are, who paid them, what the skill they have, where they live. Maybe they actually live next outdoors, but we never know about it. So the phenomena of buzzer, especially those who defend and support and protect the governments or government's policy positions, indicates what the scholars call declining democracy. That Indonesia is experiencing a declining democracy, indicated, among others, by the fact that political discourse is not set in an open public debate, but rather using buzzers who oppress or harass critical people. When you start criticizing the governments, you risk your social media life because there are many buzzers going around. Okay, this is the first question. The second one.
The second question is from Sabikotul Husna.
About rejection Yeah, from Sapik, rejection toward vaccines. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Mr. Norma.
Okay, thank you. In my observation, there are different types of rejections. The first one is people rejecting vaccinations because of ignorance. They don't really know what vaccine is, what the pandemic is. So they just reject it because this is something new. People tend to reject anything that they are not familiar with. Anything new tend to be rejected by people. For this type of rejection, we need more socializations, explanation using their own language, using language that the people understand. Maybe cultural language, maybe religious language, maybe a more academic language. It depends on the audience in question. The second rejection is based on alternative opinion. I think what Herr Kunter has explained is an example of different opinions about COVID and different opinion about the pandemic, not out of ignorance, but based on different set of facts, different method of observations. We have a lot of things here, and in fact, tomorrow, I and some colleagues will present about COVID-19 and conspiracy theories. We will explore further tomorrow. But with regard to alternative opinion, we need, of course, more civilized forum to debate, to show the proof, the evidence, the inference, the validity of method, how we arrive to all conclusions, whether this is true or this is fake. People has every right to think what they think is right, but an academic forum is better to solve these kinds of rejection. And the third one is a rejections of vaccination based on a political agenda. We will show tomorrow. We have some evidence how a group of people try to delegitimize the governments and other authority, not just right now, but it has a long story. They have long story oppositional politics. They are in contrast with the governments, and any issue they will exploit to discredit, to delegitimize the government. So we need to deeper what kinds of rejection there are, and different rejection need different response. And the last one, I think I got a question also, Raha Rahadian, with regard to. Can I respond to it?
Yeah, actually, what I will read was question from Mr. Ahmad Alif, the third one.
Okay.
That was the questions about the jealousy and equality after the pandemic.
Ahmad Alif, okay.
Yeah.
From economic point of view, I cannot say much about what really will happen after the pandemic, but as in my presentations, I observed that Islamic civil society turned to be more critical toward the governments. And this is healthier for democracy. That's what I can say. Whether our economic will be better or worse, let the economists answer that question.
Mr. Norma,
Yeah.
to Prof. Hans, are you there? Okay, let's give the chance to Ms. St. John's. Questions from Ahmad Alif. It may be not regarding your paper, but he wants to know about the jealousy and social inequality, whether it is increasing or decreasing after the pandemic struck.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Sorry, I saw another question from
which
a
one?
person. He said nowadays the communication style of state leaders in several countries convey the wrong way to handling, and she asks whether what is my understanding to see the kind of communication style needed by state leader.
Yeah, that was a question from Ms. Sabikotal Husna, I believe.
Okay, may I try
yeah.
to answer this
All right.
question?
Yeah, please.
Okay. But I'm not sure about what you mentioned, the communication style of political leaders. I just show you my opinion. There is always a trend nowadays to publicize the spirit of epidemic, the COVID-19. And even in some news rhetoric or public speech, they use the political perspective in the communication, for such as such as in the year of 2019, the worldwide spirit of newspaper just called the COVID-19 is Wuhan virus. I'm not sure whether if you heard the name. Wuhan is one city of China, and someone believes that the virus happened in that city. But I think it's totally not advisable to relate the political idea with the. I think the pandemic should be a scientific problem, not a political problem. And I think all arguments, especially from the public speech, should have a scientific basis. At least in current scientific materials, it shows that the origin of this chorus is not from China. So the same problem with the communication style with a national leader. I think we should treat the epidemic problem in a more cooperative and a more inclusive way, to put aside the political prejudice and adopt a concept of to maintain our common home, that is the earth, the security, and so I think the political leader should adopt that kind of inclusive attitude to treat these how to say, an epidemic problem. So that's it. Is my personal idea. Thank you.
Ms.
Helps you
Sanjay.
to understand.
Well spoken. The pandemic is our problems, our world problems, not only for Chinese, but for the world itself. So I think we should cooperate more to to find the answer of our problems. Unfortunately, Prof. Hans is disconnected from the Zoom, so all the questions to Mr. Hans will be delayed. Yeah, later maybe we can send it. Okay, moving on to the next questions from Raka Rahardian from Psikologi UIN Sunan Kalijaga. The questions is about less critical people around the world. That is difficult to show their existence after COVID-19 because Mr. Raka's observations during a pandemic, it's difficult for critical people from various countries to be able to criticize the policies made by the government. So the questions is, which one is the questions? Yeah, this is just affirmative questions. Are there less and less critical people around the world that is difficult to show their existence? And the second question is about what if after the pandemic is over, there are critical people who are in the minority, but are considered negative by the majority group, who is pro against the policies of many people? Will the critical person be attacked openly or secretly? Then what should we do as ordinary people to be able to defend critical people who will cause problem in social and state life? How can policy be made to suit all the needs of many people when there's a lot of silencing or critical groups? That was the question from Raka Rahardian that was sent for all the speaker here. Okay, for Mr. Norma, please.
Okay, thank you. In context of democracy, what we need is not only critical opposition. Critical opposition is a necessary requirement, but not enough. So we need also a good opposition. So the good opposition is not only critical, but capable of providing workable policy alternative. My research on political party in Indonesia in the last 20 years shows that there are a lot of groups who are critical when they are outside the government. However, once they are inside the government, they became no longer critical, and some of them proven incapable. So critical doesn't mean capable. If we see people who speak fluently, eloquently, criticizing the government, doesn't mean can solve the problem. Yeah, it only means that he is very expert in criticizing. And in terms of there is no policy, there is no single policy that can satisfy all different groups of people. So that is why, from the political science perspective, a policy, public policy, need to be a package that deliverable to certain group of people. And therefore, a good political party need to have ideology. Ideology for political parties means that they have real constituents, whether they work for poor people, for rich people, for people who prefer religious life, religion in public lives, or for those people who prefer religion in private life. So if we see like in Germany or other advanced democracy, government comes and go according to with different political background, meaning that party with different political background, party with different ideological background, I mean, will focus on different issues. So society tend to focus on economics, especially from the lower level at the economic stratum, while liberal party will focus on international trade, international politics that will have the upper level of the society. And then we also have the so-called Green Party, the party who promote the sustainability of our environment. This shows that no single policy can satisfy all different people, because let alone to speak in single country, it is very hard to satisfy every individual in our household between husband, wife, and children. So policy need to be packages, need to be packaged to deliver to certain group of people, and then different people will support another party that will work for their cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norma. Well, there's an underlined statement from Mr. Norma that catch my ears. The people that is good at criticizing doesn't mean that he's good at finding the solutions. That is the good part of the Mr. Norma reactions. Okay, Miss Engine, can you answer your questions? The questions, sorry.
Hello, sorry, my web is not very stable. I can't hear very clearly right now, but I think the Professor Norm has already give our very satisfying answer.
Okay.
Sorry, I mean.
Yeah, can I read?
About the question.
Can I read again for you?
My web is not stable. So
right.
the voice is not stable for me right now.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
But I cannot clearly hear your voice. It's not stable. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why.
All right. Yeah. We can hear you. Should I read it again? Hello, Miss Engine. This is the problem that we have to face when we do the presentations from online. Miss Engine, can you hear us?
I think maybe let's give the time to other scholars. I'm afraid I'm wasting.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Senjun. So is there any participant that want to ask the question for all the participants, especially for Mr. Norma, because Mr. Hannes is already logged out and Miss Senjun can receive our voice really well. Yes. Yes. Okay, if there is no one that want to ask further for our speakers, I think we can conclude the discussions we have here today in this first sessions of the third annual AICoSH 20 and 21. That was interesting discussion we have. The pandemic is, I think, the word reset. We have a chance to change the word. Yes, what is has proven is no matter what is your politics, no matter what your religions, no matter what your job status, we are all brothers and sisters in the words together. Human kindness has come out in so many ways. If you can't buy a mask, people will make it for you. Don't have food? Let me drop some of your parts. Love is all around you. All you have to do is look. I think the world needs a hippie. I think hippie is more related in this today. Not the drug thing, of course, but how they see life as a simple life, and they love for peace, and how they love each other. Okay, right now, and I'm going to turn optimistic. Let's have that as the new role of this new word reset. Unfortunately, that time is not on our side, but I believe you can continue your discussions to the author here in the next different occasions, of course. Please give a big round applause for the speaker here. And this will be end of our meeting here in the first sessions. It's an honor for me to be chosen as moderator here. And I apologize for all the inconvenience that you found in the sessions. And thank you very much for all the presenter here, Mr. Norma, Ms. Senjun, and Prof. Hans that haven't logged in again. And all the participants, and as well as the organizing committee of AICoSH 2021. See you next year. Wallahu muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Lukman, and thank you.
I give it back to Fendi.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Lukman, and thank you all distinguished speakers, Mr. Norma, Professor Gunther, and Senjun from China. Hope the session was very inspiring for all of you, and then you get a spark of ideas to do more research about it. And looking forward to the next session. But before we're going to the next session, we are going to have 1.5 hour break, more or less, because we're going to start the next session, the second session, at 1:30 Jakarta time. So you have 1.5 hour to have a break for prayer or lunch, basically. So see you again at 1:30 in this exact room meeting. And please take care and always do the health protocol. Thank you, everyone. See you again soon.
Hai pemain satu, siap hadapi tantangan ini?
Tes. Iya, aku pakai ini kan? Iya.
Terdengar kok, Mas.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. How's your lunch? How's your prayer? Hope everyone is still in a good health, good condition. Thank you so much for joining on time while we're also still waiting for other people to join, to come to this room. I would like to give a big applause to the committee for organizing this amazing event today and tomorrow, of course, and all the partners that have been supporting us to make this event happen, and all the distinguished speakers for giving us their time and give us insight about the situation and the research. I guess we, as the committee said, I think we can move to the next agenda. But before that, I would like to give a brief explanation about the next agenda. The next agenda is the second session, which consists of 3 speakers. The first one is Professor Paul Russell Ward from Flinders University, Adelaide, Australia. The second is Dr. Erika Setianti Kusumaputri from the Department of Psychology, Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University. The third speaker is Dr. Rama Kertamukti from the Department of Communication Sciences, Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University. This session will be moderated by Mr. B.J. Sujipto. He is one of the lecturers from the Department of Sociology. I'll give the time and floor to Mr. B.J.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fendi Widanto, who guided us from this morning as a master ceremony at the 3rd Annual International Conference on Social Science and Humanities, AICoSH 2021, with theme Life After Pandemic, Perspective, Change, and Challenge. Of course, it is tiring session, of course, because it is in the afternoon, like this, but I'm sure that all are convinced that we have all much energy and spirit, right? I would like to say hello first to second plenary session speakers, just to make sure that all of you 3 speakers are right now here with us. Hello, Prof. Paul. Are you with us right now?
Hello, yep, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. And move to Miss Dr. Erika. Ibu Erika?
Yeah, halo.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Erika. And the next to Mas Rama, Dr. Rama.
Hello, Mas Bro.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry a little bit. Okay, alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Assalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi
Recording in progress.
Amma ba'du. I would like to say thank you for all the stakeholders in Sunan Kalijaga, honorable rectors, Professor Makin, and vice rectors, and also the excellencies dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, Bapak Dr. Muhammad Sodik, and also vice dean of Academic Affairs, Ibu Dr. Sulistianingsih, and dean of Student Affairs and Cooperation, Pak Badrun, Dr. Badrun, and also vice dean of Public Administration and Planning and Finance, Ibu Dr. Yani Tri Wijayanti. Also, I have to say thank you very much for conference committee Mas Fakhri and team who organized this international conference very well, and hopefully will be running smoothly during these 2 days, inshallah. And in particular, I would like to say welcome to all of the participants who actively involved and participate until the second session today. I'm gonna say, you are awesome and great with the awareness of intellectual contribution to spread in various range of topic related to pandemic. In this, very tiring session, because it is in the afternoon, like I have said, I try to give some information about our speaker right now. We have 3 outstanding speakers from different in the various discipline of social science. First is from sociology, Professor Paul R. Ward, PhD. I'm sorry, Prof, if I'm wrong with the pronunciation. And the second one,
that's good.
Okay. And the second one is Ibu Dr. Erika Setianti Kusuma Putri, and the fourth, in the third is Dr. Rama Kertamukti. I would like to read some brief curriculum vitae of the speakers. Professor Paul R. Ward, PhD, is Professor of Public Health and higher degrees by Research Coordinator, College of the Medicine and Public Health in Flinders University, Australia. Anyone who wants to connect with him, just write down the email. Here I will read the email. Is Paul .word at Flinders @edu .nu Australia, I mean. Okay. He's associate editor for some international journals, M.Si Public Health, and the second one, International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health, and the third one, Frontiers in Public Health. And also a lot of selected paper article in 2021, especially Professor Ward actually have eagerly involved in some research, of course, and published many articles regarding pandemic, such as alcohol and flourishing for Australian women in midlife, a qualitative study of negotiating and happiness, sociology in press, and also here there is a mental health of physicians during COVID-19 outbreak in Bangladesh, web-based cross-sectional survey, and also Mr. Paul has another outstanding article titled Expectations and Everyday Opportunities for Building Trust in Food System. So professional backgrounds, especially in social science and public health, they're really interesting for us to to observe, to hear, and also then we have some discussion. I hope that it will be a very outstanding moment for us to share in discussion this opportunity. Professor Paul will deliver us the topic, the COVID-19 pandemic, a commentary and research agenda for public health. So, okay. The second speaker will be Ibu Dr. Erika. Ibu Dr. Erika is lecturer at study program of psychology at Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, Sunan Kalijaga from this university. Her master degree and doctorate were from Psychology Department of Gajah Mada University with expertise and research interest on industrial and organizational psychology. Anyone who interested and make partnership with her, just write down the email, and also you can look up at the Sunan Kalijaga website and write down the name of Ibu Dr. Erika. It will be available there. Erika kusuma putri at uin suka.ac.id. At this opportunity, Dr. Bu Erika will deliver a presentation with the title Leadership in Pandemic Situations. And the third speaker will be Mas Rama. I always call him Mas because I'm like always young. Mas Rama, semoga sehat selalu. I hope that. Dr. Rama Kartumitri is a lecturer at Communication Science, Faculty of Social Science and Humanities at this university, UIN Sunan Kalijaga. Dr. Rama is also well recognized as a reviewer of some reputable journal, both from internal UIN Sunan Kalijaga and also from other universities such as Jurnal Aspicom and also Jurnal Manajemen Komunikasi, Unpad Bandung, and many others. He got doctoral degree from on cultures and media studies from UGM through Mora Scholarship. Dr. Rama will deliver a discussion topic about infodemic about COVID-19 post-truth era in Indonesia. Dear honorable speakers, we have 2 hours for this session, inshallah. 3 of you will have about 20 to 30 minutes, and then the floor, I mean, this is not floor, I think. I think it should be changed to screen, will be for participation. I would like to inform you the rule of this plenary session. Anyone who wants, of course, is welcome to ask, to comment, and even argue the presentation by each speaker by addressing to whom do you like to ask. First, raise your hand through the bottom device, or you just write down the comments on the box chat. Please have a note that this presentation will be going to be respectively from first to third speaker. So Professor Faul first, then Ibu Erika, then Mas Rama. After that, we have such like a discussion and question and answer and anything related to it in this opportunity. Please, Professor Paul, time is yours.
Thanks, BJ. Do you want me to share the PowerPoint from my computer, or is it going to be shared? Someone else is sharing it for me. Thank you. Do I drive this, BJ? Is it? Do I press buttons to move this on, or do I ask someone else to do that?
Or clear? Apa?
Do you want?
Yeah. I hear your voice. It's okay.
Or do you get someone else to?
Okay, just going on, Professor.
Yeah, this slideshow. Cool. All right, I just asked someone else to do it. Cool. So thank you. So thanks to the conference organisers for asking me to talk at this Social Sciences and Humanities conference. So my name's Paul. I'm Professor of Public Health at Flinders Uni in Adelaide in Australia. But in the context of this conference, I'm also a sociologist. So the majority of my research is sociological research on a whole range of public health issues. In the context of this conference, the research I'm doing in and around COVID-19 is obviously pertinent. So there's 2 things that I think I want to cover in the next 20 to 30 minutes. One of them is just to provide an overview of a research agenda that I published last year in the Journal of Sociology, which is a research agenda around the kinds of things that I think sociologists could and should be researching around COVID-19 now and into the future. And then secondly, a little bit of talk around, particularly around the sociology of trust. So whether that be trust in COVID-19 vaccinations, or trust in lockdowns, or trust in government interventions, or trust in other people that are walking around in the same streets as us, a little bit about trust. But firstly, I'll talk about what I was asked to talk about by the conference organisers, which is a paper that I published as a research agenda for sociologists. Just going to move this. How do I do that? There we go. So as you know, as we all know, that's why we're here. Governments around the world have imposed a whole range of different kinds of restrictions on social life, and different governments have tried different things, and the same governments try different things at different times. You know, we're ultimately governments are trying to either eradicate. Some governments are saying they want to eradicate COVID-19. Some are saying they want to flatten the curve. Some are saying they trying just to focus on the economy and not really focus on COVID-19. So there's been a whole range of measures of social isolation, physical distancing. I'm in South Australia, which is the bottom part of Australia. We're in lockdown at the moment, so I'm doing this from home. My children are not at school. We come out of lockdown tomorrow. So you know, different governments do different things at different times. And what I will do firstly is to look at how different branches of social theory, sociological theory, can kind of shed light on the implications of social life now and social life into the future. And in particularly, social theories around risk, trust, fear, uncertainty, and happiness. Next slide, please. So at the beginnings of the, or over the last year or so, I've published quite a lot of papers on COVID-19. There's some papers that I've published in and around Australia, and the different things that different research studies that we're doing in Australia, some print media analyses, a qualitative study with women around alcohol use during lockdowns, and we developed a model for trying to understand trust in COVID-19 social distancing. So the bottom one, which is a trust model that we developed. Next slide, please. I'm also involved in a bunch of other studies, some in Indonesia, some in Africa, some in other parts of South Asia. So there's a couple of papers there that we've published from Bali with colleagues at Udayana University in Bali. Some around migrant workers and depression and anxiety, and some around kind of social norms around public health measures in Bali. And we're continuing to publish those studies with colleagues at Udayana. Doing quite a lot of research with colleagues in Bangladesh. The paper on the bottom right is looking at physicians in hospitals and the mental health impact of working in hospitals during COVID-19. And the top right is a similar kind of study, but that was in Tigray in northern Ethiopia, which is having a kind of double problem at the moment in that there's civil war in Tigray, and also they've got COVID-19. So you know, double problems there. But this is just to show some of the research I'm involved in at the moment in and around COVID-19. And next slide, please. And also, we've had a special issue of Frontiers in Public Health, which I'm the lead editor for. So far, I downloaded this one today. We've got 69 papers, 69 publications which have been published on social science research during COVID-19. So these are globally. So if you are interested in social science research in and around COVID-19, maybe have a look at that special issue of Frontiers in Public Health. and look at the variety of papers that have been published, quite a few from Indonesia, but from all over the globe. Next slide, please. So there's a saying in English, I don't know how well that translates to Bahasa, but there's a saying in English which is, a picture speaks 1,000 words. So when you see a picture, and that can explain so many more things than you can in words. And this is a picture. It's actually a painting. It's a painting I did. It's actually on my wall in this room. So it's a really large painting. And this is a painting that I then turned into a sociological research agenda, which I then published in Journal of Sociology. And this is a painting of an iPad. And that's really important sociologically and philosophically. But it's a painting of an iPad. And each one of those words, risk, panic, crisis, fear, trust, are major areas of research that I see as being important for the future of sociology and social sciences. And each one of those words sitting within them are sub-types of research that I think need to happen, where we need sociologists involved. Obviously, in research around COVID-19, we've got virologists and immunologists and epidemiologists and, all doing brilliant research. What I think we're missing, what I think we're still missing, is lots of in-depth sociological and social theoretical analysis. So keep that picture, keep that painting in mind. And I'm going to go through each one of those and highlight what I think are some of the key questions, some of the key research questions that we, as sociologists, we need to be thinking about over the next, over my lifetime anyway. Next slide, please. So the first area of research, I called it Karl Marx Gravediggers. And I call it that because one of Marx's bigger ideas was the idea of political economy, or the way in which societies grapple with either the population or the wealth of their population, and finding it difficult to do both. And we've seen that perfectly during COVID-19. Right at the top of the painting, the word trust. And this sits in and around this idea of health and wealth, and who we can trust, who the population can trust, which forms of government we can trust, whether a government focuses on the economy. We see that at the moment, although not to the same extent as the COVID pandemic in Indonesia at the moment, but in Australia we see one state government which has focused primarily on the economy and less so on the health of the population. So much less social distancing, much less closing of schools, and they're having the largest amounts of COVID outbreaks at the moment. So we see different governments trying to do different things, and it seems like there's two major strands of research required for sociologists. One around the nature and logic of government policies. How do certain government policies come to be? The extent to which they're logical, the extent to which they focus on the health or the wealth of the nation or the state. Major sociological questions. And then another one which is around public trust in government and ideas about how governments may respond differently in future pandemics in order to maintain public trust. If a government wants the population to adhere and comply, they need to have trust. We saw globally a few days ago there with the anti-lockdown unrest in many countries around the world. Apparently 1 million people in the UK did that. Large amounts of people in Sydney who are under lockdown at the moment did that and broke lockdown rules. So you know, a major part of research, sociological research, needs to be in the future around both trusting government interventions now and into the future. Next question. Next slide, please. Another major area of research, sociological research, is around the risk society. And for those of you who are sociologists of risk, then you recognise the work of Ulrich Beck. Ulrich Beck wrote a seminal sociological book on risk in 1992. And I think that although Ulrich Beck's ideas were primarily around climate change and the idea of moving from a form of society which was very Marxian, about the production and consumption of wealth, through to the production and consumption of risk, and how risk rules societies. Risk becomes the dominant theme of a society, according to Ulrich Beck in the 90s, and now kind of digital risk society. To what extent, I think a major sociological question is, to what extent is that still a thing in COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 times? And in this, sociologists may well be looking at things like the social, political, and ethical impacts of lockdown measures on freedom, on democracy. I think they're going to be key, ongoing pieces of sociological research. And how they become part of the so-called the new normal. And one of Ulrich Beck's major ideas was what he called the democratization of risk. And by that, what he meant was, and this is, you know, his first book was 1992 on risk society. And what he meant by that was that in terms of climate change, all humans on the globe are part of the same climate. And therefore climate change, to Beck in 30 years ago, risk was democratic. No matter where you lived, you had the same atmosphere around you, and therefore risk was not unequal, it was democratic. Since then, there's been lots of critiques of that work, and saying, you know, if you happen to live in low-lying Bangladesh with rises in sea, and you are the poorest of the poor, there's a very different level of risk than if you happen to live in more mountainous areas with more access to all sorts of kind of capital. So there's been lots of questions around the extent to which Ulrich Beck's ideas of risk society is still a useful sociological concept, but I think it comes even more to the play with COVID-19 as well, in that, you know, big questions around the extent to which the global pandemic is a democratizing risk. I mean, you might say, well, if you live in the slums of India, you live in refugee camps, you're in high density living in Jakarta, you have precarious employment, or you're in the cash labor force and you need to go out and work to put food on the table, you're at a very different risk than me, a white male middle-class professor who I'm not in precarious employment, I can socially distance in my own house, and I also live in a geographical area where there's not much COVID. So, you know, but we need that research to be coming through, to be highlighting this lack of democratization of risk. I think that, you know, when lockdowns and things are announced, there's a whole load of things around panic buying happening, which then takes things away from others. How is that sustained? Why is that sustained? What are the impacts on vulnerable groups who are unable to stockpile certain goods? And on a more broadly kind of theoretical sociological level, what are the links between risk and catastrophe and panic? How do we draw those links out? Next slide, please. I think one of the things that seems to have come across quite heavily around COVID-19 is this idea of individualism and the extent to which, you know, is society and social solidarity becoming a real problem, and to what extent does the pandemic create other people as risks. And I think that, you know, a potential real problem in terms of the individualization of what may have been collective groups into now distrusting others who may be the carriers of risk now. So think that does the idea of physical distancing, so distancing yourself from others, does that cement the idea that other humans are the carriers of risk and thus we need to distance ourselves from others? Does social solidarity become problematic? Is social capital therefore reduced? And does that kind of communicable nature of viruses lead to fearing of others and then to things like judgment and blame and stigma around others? Is this a new set of social processes happening as a result of the period in history that we're going through? And in the painting, I position the word trust as upside down on purpose. It was specifically as an upside down word, because we don't really know what the impact of this current period of history will be on public trust in trusting yourself, to social distance, to put your mask on properly, to do all those things, trusting others, trusting your family, trusting your friends, trusting your neighbours, trusting your work colleagues, trusting strangers that are around on the street, and then broadly trusting in institutions, trust in science, trust in governments, trust in the media. So we don't know what that's going to look like yet, but a major area of sociological research. Next slide, please. And this one, the painting in and of itself is painted to look like it's an iPad, and it's that for a particular reason. A French philosopher, Jean Baudrillard, talked about the idea of simulacra. And by simulacra, what Jean Baudrillard was talking about was that we see the world via screens. So we see reality. Reality is a screen about most things. Whether that's an X-ray that you have to see if you've broken your arm, or whether that's to see the latest data on COVID-19, or whether that's to watch a war that's happening in northern Ethiopia. So Baudrillard talked about simulacra as the way that we see the world. It becomes our reality. It becomes our one and only reality in most circumstances. And therefore, kind of different kind of media, whether they're news media or Donald Trump's idea of fake news, screens and pictures of mass graves and ventilators and queues at unemployment centre or queues to get a COVID vaccination. The graphics that we see constantly, the logarithmic graphs of death rates and COVID-19 rates and now vaccination rate are all different ways of viewing the world and viewing risk. And really understanding and unpacking that sociologically around how those shape our own beliefs, behaviors, thoughts, actions is really important. Yeah, I'll leave that at that. Next slide, please. And this is just one of those. So I went on that this morning. And this is when you go on the Johns Hopkins University dashboard for COVID-19, this is what you get, you know, a whole swathe of graphics, whether they be the red dots around where the major epicenters are of COVID-19, or whether on the right-hand side there you get the histograms of daily cases over time, daily deaths over time, vaccination rates over time. You can click on a particular country and get their details over time. We're bombarded with these images that shape how we behave. Next slide, please. Another area of sociological endeavour is probably around uncertainty. You know, COVID-19 brings lots of uncertainty to us, to all of us. And you know, sociologists have used different terms at different times, from existential anxiety to an era of insecurity to a whole range of different synonyms for uncertainty. And I think questions around how relevant are these concepts in COVID-19 era? Are we talking about different kinds of uncertainties? How do different social groups respond to what Zygmunt Bauman called liquid fear? Fear that permeates everything. You know, we can't get away from it. It's all around us. It's in us. It's like we're swimming through fear, or panic, or uncertainty. How do different social groups respond? And looking at Bauman's ideas, particularly around liquid fear, I think may be really helpful and useful as a sociological endeavour. That thing that's always around us, so whether a person's already infected or will become infected or will pass on an infection, you know, when will this thing end? When can we get back to normal? What will new normal look like? Are all uncertain. They're all fear, but they're uncertain fears. And then, you know, we can link this to Ulrich Beck's ideas on risk as well. Next slide, please. I think another area that I'd like to see sociologists focus a little bit more on are some of them slightly more maybe positive emotions, positive theories around what the new world order might look like. And at the moment, you know, different countries are in different stages of pandemic and different waves of pandemic, and this idea of hope may not be there in some contexts. But most research that we see around COVID-19, and particularly any sociological research, is rather dystopian or doomsday. Kind of very, it's about risk and panic and fear. But I think there's a potential that we can start to look through a lens of hope, even towards happiness, towards, you know, what might the future look like? What are some of the positive emotions like hope or compassion, kindness, empathy? How do they work now? Well, do they work now? And if so, in what ways, socially and culturally? And in terms of the future COVID-19 world order, what might that look like? And how might some of those more positive emotions come through? And how do we understand that sociologically? Why or how do some more positive outcomes occur if they do, and in what social groups, and can we transfer them more broadly? So in sociology, there's been a kind of re-emergence of this idea of the sociology of happiness. And I just wonder whether exploring the riddle of happiness, as it's been called, I wonder whether that is also something that sociologists could grapple with. Next slide, please. So that's the sociological research agenda that I came up with, that, and that I published on the basis of the painting. But what I'd also want to quickly do is just quickly look at vaccine hesitancy, because it's some research we're doing at the moment on COVID-19, because lots of countries are trying to improve their vaccination rates. There's a whole proportion of population who are vaccine hesitant, and that one of the questions for sociologists is why and what do we do? And I guess it ultimately it's about how do we build trust in vaccine hesitant people? How do we counter the misinformation or fake news and increase COVID vaccination rates in Australia for us and in other places of the world? Next slide, please. So what do we know about vaccine hesitancy? we know quite a lot about intention to not vaccinate. So globally, in America, about 20% of people say they'll refuse a vaccine. France, about a quarter of people say they'll refuse a vaccine. If that's the case, we may not get to herd immunity, if that's even a thing. In Australia, lots and lots of different studies say lots of different things, but roughly between 20 to 30% of people are said to be vaccine hesitant and potentially will not get vaccinated. We also know that from the psychological literature that intention may not be an accurate representation of actual action. So if someone says they intend not to get vaccinated, doesn't mean to say they won't, because there's this thing called the intention behavior gap from psychology. Next slide, please. So we undertook a study last year around the first, I think it was the first sets of lockdowns in South Australia. We did interviews with a whole range of people during the first sets of lockdowns. We published some of these studies. And what we found was there's kind of general levels of trust in government. One person said, governments are doing as much as they can. Everybody's doing what they can. Another person said, they are the experts. I'm not the expert. You get all these idiots, I shouldn't call them idiots, but seriously, on social media when they're protesting, 50,000 of them gathered to protest. This was last year when this person was talking about that. And then a couple of days ago, the same happened in Sydney again. So we're not learning. For others, clear distrust in vaccination, clear distrust in government, clear distrust in science. One person said, I'm not getting the vaccination. If they bring out the vaccination, I'm not getting it at all. I've done some research. I don't trust big pharmaceuticals at all. So there's this clear distrust in others. Next slide, please. I think, and it looks like somebody else is going to be talking about this as well, which is great. I think the sheer volume and speed of the COVID-19 information makes trust considerations really hard. Making a decision to trust or not trust, or to trust or distrust, is really difficult when things are coming out constantly, new information all the time. The decision on should I trust this, should I trust that, makes it really hard. So one person said, well, at first I thought they're trying to do this new world order, they're trying to do microchips. I thought that was a bit far-fetched. Then I thought I was overthinking it. I had a bit of an anxiety thing, where I was just really emotional and walking in circles, like chasing my tail like a dog, So people finding it a really difficult time in their life to make decisions on who to trust or not to trust. And in the literature, this has been linked to the idea of infodemics, an overabundance of information during an epidemic, like an epidemic of an epidemic. And sometimes that leads to heightened negative emotional responses when we get this overabundance of information, to fear and anxiety and sometimes anger. In some people, though, some of the psychological research that's coming out now is showing that in some people that leads to a kind of what they call dampened emotional responses. So a real detachment. So for some people, it leads to anger and fear and I want to do something. And to others, it's a real kind of detachment. I just want to stay away. I want to ignore it. Next slide, please. So this idea of vaccine hesitancy is then really important. And just the definition of vaccine hesitancy that most people use, delay in acceptance or refusal of vaccination despite availability of the vaccination services. So even though vaccines are out there, some people either delay or refuse them. And I'm just going to use a little bit of data from a study we're doing on trust in childhood vaccinations, just to provide some of the real context for this so-called anti-vaccination movement. Next slide, please. So on the right is a list of papers that we've published from all of these data in social science and medicine and all over the place. But ultimately, so this was a number of qualitative studies of people who are vaccine hesitant or reject vaccines. And we use this notion of a puppet master. And a puppet master, and I forget the name of there's something you have in Indonesia which has puppets involved, and there's a puppet master, and the strings on the bottom have all the puppets on. I forget what it's called in Indonesia. Someone will tell me in the questions. And we use that as an analogy to explain why lots of people reject vaccines and reject COVID-19 vaccines. And the idea of big pharma, big pharmaceutical companies being the puppet master that rule the rest, that rule healthcare professionals, that rule government, that rule universities is the perception. So the idea is that from people who reject vaccines, big pharmaceutical companies tell governments what to research, they tell doctors what to prescribe. So the idea then that big pharmaceutical companies have an influence on the research that happens, and that's not necessarily true, but it doesn't matter. The point is that that's what the vaccine hesitant anti-vaccination people think. So an assumption that medical research is funded by vaccine manufacturers, and then that's biased by their profit motives. Also, that big pharmaceutical companies have this big impact over doctors. And even the quote towards the bottom, even over doctors' training within universities. So one person said, pharmaceutical companies supply the universities with funding, which is not the case. So it comes down to doctors, their scope of operation comes to their training, which is funded by big pharma. So even doctors' training is suspicious. Next slide, please. And that governments are influenced by big pharmaceutical companies. One person said, I think they, the pharmaceutical industry, own the government. The leaders of the government actually have shares in pharmaceutical companies that these vaccines represent, so there's a conflict of interest. So a whole range of suspicions and conspiracies around the overall scope of big pharmaceutical companies, and therefore some of the lack of trust in COVID vaccinations. Next slide, please. So then becomes the critical importance around trust. So for sociologists to be working on how do we understand, build and broker trust in order to increase COVID-19 vaccination rate. Given that trust is no longer a given, we can't just assume that, trust me, I'm a doctor, we can't just assume that that's the case. Trust has to be worked, and it has to be worked on, it has to be won, and it has to then carry on. Next slide, please. One of the things that we have to be really careful about when we're doing this kind of research, though, is the kind of negative stereotypes that we can create, and then we create real problems. So this was a cartoon in the New Yorker, and it's a picture of a doctor and a child with red dots on, and they're supposed to be measles, and the other people are supposed to be the parents, and the doctor's saying to the parents, if you connect the measles, it spells out my parents are idiots. And that's a really derogatory, blaming, stigmatizing thing. It was in the New Yorker. So what we tend to see is lots of judgment and blame, which then often leads to people from withdrawing from services, excluding themselves from services. And we end up with social exclusion, which is not what we should be doing as sociologists. So we need to be really careful. Next slide, please. I wrote a piece in The Guardian a few years ago around how we need to think more carefully around how we talk about so-called anti-vaxxers, the anti-vaccination crew, because there's already a total distrust in science. So if we just keep piling on this stigma, there becomes a bigger distance between the people who don't vaccinate and science. It becomes a bigger distance, which is a real problem. We need to be working with these groups, not against these groups. Next slide, please. And this is what it leads to at the moment. So a whole range of protests against COVID-19 vaccinations, but also protests against lockdowns, against social isolation, and also a whole lot of conspiracy theories around the link between vaccines and 5G, or all sorts of stuff around fake news. So, this is what we need to work with. This group of people who have the potential to, if they're vaccine hesitant, to reevaluate, but at the moment, we have real problems and a real big sociological research agenda to work towards. Next slide, please. And how might we improve vaccination rates? Well, firstly, some programs that kind of improve the trust in the safety of vaccines, remind people of the dangers of COVID-19. And there's some evidence that programs which highlight the potential for a much better 2022 or much better 2023, if only people were to vaccinate. There's some evidence that that's working at the moment. And programs which draw on a couple of things, both anticipated regret. So by not getting the COVID vaccination, a family member might get infected, or you're not able to travel abroad, or whatever it might be, has been shown to be quite useful in one paper. And utilizing what's called inoculation messaging. So kind of trying to protect the public from buying into the misinformation or the fake news or the conspiracy theories. So trying to identify misinformation early and explain why it's not true. So this idea of misinformation literacy is a potential way of improving vaccination rates. Next slide, please. So, whistle-stop tour through. Hopefully, my hopes for the keynote are quite modest. I hope to play a part in working with sociologists and public health researchers to do kind of useful, theoretically informed research around COVID-19. My painting might seem like something that one of my kids has created at primary school. I'm not an artist. I don't profess to be an artist. So it's not meant to be a piece of beautiful artwork. But the process of painting that helped me as a sociologist kind of sort through my thoughts and come up with, I think, a starting point, like a working document. A working document which is a kind of a start of a sociological research agenda. And I kind of hope that through some sociologically informed research and conversations that we have through the journals that I'm editor of, but also through the research that we can do together, we learn about how best to prepare for future pandemics. But also, as a sociologist, what that teaches us about ourselves as human beings, in terms of human interactions that we have and how that might change in the future, and kind of broader social systems so that we get this ethical, sustainable and equitable existence. I now hand it over to you as the audience to hopefully take some of these sociological insights forward. Thank you. That's it for me, BJ.
Thank you, Professor Paul. So enlightening views from you regarding the various research on pandemic COVID-19 across the world. The presentation is absolutely comprehensive in terms of theoretical approach and also the data. It obviously shows that every part of your slide is like a question for further research. So I think it benefits to all the participants here at this conference that those are questions could be like a research question for us. Thank you, Professor. I hope you to stay online because I will continue to the second speaker, Ibu Erika.
Yeah.
Okay, Ibu, time is yours.
Okay. Can IT team share my screen?
Ada udah di grup tadi. Tadi aku kasih, bentar, aku kasih izin aku. Udah.
Sudah, Mas BJ?
Oke.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear my voice, participants?
Yes, I'm here.
Ya, go on.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. BJ. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the committee for giving me the opportunity to speak in this international event that held regularly by the Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities. Okay. Please, first slide. Okay. Pandemic situation. Pandemic situation is the global community is experiencing a pandemic situation due to infectious coronavirus disease or COVID-19. According to healthcare professionals, COVID-19 affects psychological, physiological, hence due consideration needs to be given. In this pandemic scenario, the work culture has shifted from an office workspace to a virtual workspace. It has become all the more challenging to sustain the business as well as ensure employees' interests. A more considerable systemic change is required while maintaining industry and ascertaining employee motivation and performance in this outbreak. The company needs to find newer ways of functioning as well as fulfilling employees' interests. Therefore, the role of a leader is essential at the time of crisis. Therefore, the role of a leader is essential at the time of crisis. Okay, the keyword. One of the ways of dealing with employee unrest in this situation is dependent on leadership, right? Which encourages open communication and employee acceptance irrespective of their background. So, how can we lead our organization or workplace through the current pandemic situation while also laying the foundation for better preparing, responding, and learning from the current crisis to face the future? That's the major questions. For example, the crisis has caused hundreds of thousands of fatalities, tested the limits of health system, and has put the world in a great lockdown, like Indonesia right now, where the global economy is experiencing the worst recession since the Great Depression, with social, economic, and health systems on the verge of collapsing. It is impossible to know what the new world will look like, but its shape will depend on the decision leaders make now. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. Governments, communities, and organizations are in crisis mode and are looking for guidance from their leaders. The challenge is that our worldviews of the order of things, what we thought we knew about the order of systems, are falling apart, which could lead to a breakdown or a breakthrough of our organizations, entities, and system. And yeah, it all depends on our leaders. How leaders respond to the crisis could permanently shift their community's economic, social, and health foundation. Some of these leaders will rise to the challenge, while others, will fade away. The COVID-19 pandemic is not only nature acting as an external force, but also natural humanitarian technology acting together. So we can say about that COVID-19 is the result of an ecosystem. The point is that COVID-19 evolved in a network consisting of animals and humans, viruses and markets, urban density and social etiquette, political actions, and decisions, economic practices, global trade, mass travel, and digital information networks. Pandemic situation right now encourage leaders to face different problems. Okay, what is the condition in Indonesia? Next slide. Okay. The world is facing a pandemic situation that has never been seen before because of COVID-19. Okay, like I explained before, virtual workspaces have become a reality today. Newer ways of working have emerged, and it's necessary to ensure that employees contribute and feel engaged in the web workspace. Okay, next slide. Next slide. Okay. Research of Susilawati and friend 2020 in Indonesia, both private and public sectors also experience a similar negative impact of the corona pandemic. Okay, next. In working from home is believed to be a means to contain the spread of the COVID-19 while preventing further economic loss. Okay, next. I will explain the moments of leadership in pandemic era. So how the leader handle this situation, especially in pandemic era. Okay, next. Okay. Leader will face odd problem to solution. Okay. A, problem. B, solution. Linear 20th century mindset dominate current leadership practice. Leaders identify a goal, then plan how to get there, how to get the action, how to get the goal. But what happens when leaders face problems that are not linear from A to B? The manifest reaction, first moment. Okay, next slide. Leaders face new problem. The first moment reaction, first reaction, denial. It's like, it's not so bad, keep calm and keep going. It's their problem, not mine. Example, the manifest reaction. Okay, second reaction. Next slide, maybe. Oh, no, okay. Second reaction, reactionism. The manifest reaction, do something quick, anything. Make the problem fit existing solution. It's becoming my problem. We must protect ground, no lockdown. Is that second reaction. Okay, third reaction, okay, insight. This immediate insight often get lost due to denial and reactionism, but they are vital as they shed light on a future action. Okay, at the second moment, nah, it's time for understanding. The second moment. Best practice leadership rush from initial reactive response to the second moment. A time for containing leadership, containing fight and fight, reactive and defensive responses to allow thinking. Leaders create a holding environment, creating space to enable thinking in the face of anxiety. Still at the second moment, next slide. Leaders searching for new knowledge and resources using existing mindset and methods, adopting existing approach to find new solution. Okay, participant can see this. We are sometimes the response. We are stuck in fixed mindset. The way we think is the problem. Something is missing, a gap. We must let go of the linear problem solution method and manage our anxiety when faced with not knowing. Developing thought leadership that can break out of our limited responses. And then at the third moment, next slide. This moment, a leader have the time for understanding has concluded. The time for concluding. Many leaders step back to the second and first moment at this point, repeating old ways and being reactive. Stepping into the third moment takes courage. It means putting yourself on the line, being open to the unknown to reimagine a new future. Utilizing the time of understanding fully. Second, acknowledging lack not knowing and working with ambiguity. So leaders must adapt it with the situation. Still, at the third moment, next slide. COVID-19 is a symptom as well as problem. It cannot be solved as an independent problem. On the first slide, I explained about COVID-19 is like an ecosystem. Yeah, COVID-19 is a symptom of our precarious, interdependent connectedness reflected in the climate crisis, digital revolution, and economic globalization, all of which require new approaches. First, new approaches leadership. Second, distributing leadership everywhere. Third, working with uncertainty. And the last one, participative and systemic approach. Okay, next slide. Okay. The study of leadership is abundant and informs that contextual conditions are essential to form style and characteristic. Indonesia needs to develop or use an Islamic leadership approach as the country with the largest Muslim population. The research team and I have conducted a leadership review literature. We have tried to gather empirical research papers from many available databases, such as ERIC, Scopus, Web of Science, and Google Scholar, with specific keywords like Islamic leadership in Southeast Asia. And not many, the result is not many articles appear in the context of Southeast Asia. Okay, next. The researcher with Western context highly dominated leadership, and its constructs were derived from North America and Europe. So, what kind of Islamic leadership? Okay, next. Okay. I'm Agel and Fry, 2016, published their article on Islamic leadership. According to them, new theories and leadership models are needed to encourage cross-cultural understanding and adjustment. Okay, the keyword is adjustment. Islamic leadership holds not only for global organizations that employ workers from different cultures, but also for public and private organizations whose cultures and employees are grounded in and embrace religion, beliefs, and practices as central to their work. Next. Okay. The Islamic religion as revealed through Islam's primary sources, the Qur'an and the Sunnah, is foundational for Islamic leadership. For the faithful, the Qur'an is the unalterable word of God. The Sunnah describes the life of Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and is the second source of Islamic jurisprudence after the Quran. The creed of Islam is based on the metaphysical concept of divine unity or Tawhid. The idea of Tawhid means that there's only one God, that Allah is the only Lord of creation, and that Allah is morally perfect. Tawhid is also foundational to Islamic ontology and the epistemology that underlies the Islamic worldview. Next. For Islamic leaders, material and spiritual pursuit are inseparable, and every action is a religious act. Islam encourages leaders to express their faith through active participation in all aspects of life, including work. The Quran clearly states that God had permitted trade, and therefore leaders should strive to their utmost to be successful and ethical at the same time. As such, Islam prescribes a code of rules for Islamic public administration and business activities. This, according to the concept of lawful and unlawful, and reflect features of social responsibility in every aspect of the transactions. This being so, business activities that improve the economy and contribute to the community can become a type of worship if performed in line with the Islamic code of conduct. Okay, in the pandemic situation, how about the application of Islamic leadership is manifested in several of competencies of leaders as follow. Next slide, please. First, sense maker. Second, technology enabler. Third, emotional stability and employee well-being. Fourth, innovative communication. I will explain one by one. Okay, sense maker. First, sense maker. Employees look up to their leader for guidance in their day-to-day activities, and more so when in times of challenge and crisis. Okay, employees expect their leaders to be there to make sense of things for them. So leaders should be able to act fast with changing situation and put the reflection in action method into practice. A leader must be in a position to provide guidance and support to their employees. How about technology enabler? Leadership includes developing and vision for integrating technology within the organization. And workers or employees use technology to mediate their activities. Okay? As technology has become an essential part of the organization and its workers, leaders should be competent to enable the workers in their roles using technology. With the increase in overall technology needs, leaders in the role of Chief Information Officer are fundamental to the organization. Third, I think it's important, emotional stability and employee well-being. Leaders will be looked up in the future and a post-pandemic to help employees overcome several emotional and personal problems. Leaders will need to understand every individual's issues separately and guide them to overcome them. And the last one, innovative communication. This is a central function of leaders. Most organizations are doing an excellent job of communicating challenges and relief related to COVID-19. At this time, organizational leaders have the responsibility to help employees receive the correct and most updated information. Okay. In addition, leaders will need to adopt innovation ways to feed data in moderation to employees to reduce anxiety and fear. The current COVID-19 crisis is having, okay, next. I think, okay. The current COVID-19 crisis is having and will continue to significantly impact us at the individual, institutional, societal, and global levels. Leadership, back to leadership that follows Islamic leadership could also create a solid organizational culture within which a reapproachment between diverse societal and religious organizational contexts becomes possible. And a keyword in Islamic leadership, there is no separation between religious practice and work activities. Islam instructs equality for all humanity. So, when employees are treated well, equally, honestly in the workplace, they can work efficiently by creating such an environment in which people from diverse backgrounds can feel accepted, safe, and valued to contribute their participation in the organization's growth. Okay. As Martin Luther King Jr. says, okay, I take the quote from him.
Okay, Ibu Erika,
Yeah.
it is enough for your presentation,
Okay.
or you
Okay.
have still some comment?
Yeah. I take the Martin Luther King Jr. Genuine leaders is not a searcher for consensus, but a molder of consensus. Okay, this is all from me. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Mr.
warahmatullahi
BJ.
wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ibu Erika. Ibu Erika has already highlighted very intriguing, but important points. You know, when talk about leadership, about a weak leadership in the pandemic situation, it is very interesting actually, because Indonesian has already experiencing this one in terms of the political communication, regional and national policy sometimes different and others, and that all those become like a resistance, in society. Ibu Erika also explained it through psychological perspective to Islamic religious perspective. That is a very interesting point for us, inshallah, for discussion. Ibu Erika, do you have still can stay online until what time?
It's okay.
Because I heard that you have another program.
Yeah, meeting on the university.
Okay, so it will be off after this.
Yeah, but it's okay,
Okay,
Mr. BJ. I will still continue, but at the time,
thank you,
I will
Ibu.
leave this online conference. Okay.
Okay,
it's okay.
thank you.
Thank
Next,
you.
I will continue to Dr. Rama Kartamukti. Dr. Rama will deliver a discussion topic about infodemic, about COVID-19 post-truth in era, post-truth era in Indonesia. Time yours, Pak Rama. I hope you just give us some 20 minutes or something.
Okay, thank you, Mr. BJ, for moderatory to me. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon for the live today. Welcome to AICoSH 1991. Hopefully we can enjoy the AICoSH forum. Thank you for attending to AICoSH activity, and my best regards to my previous speaker, Ibu Erika, Ibu Dr. Erika Setianti, and Professor Paul Rusak. Word. Maybe apologize about my spell. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I will speak about infodemic about COVID-19, post-truth era in Indonesia case on Twitter for July 10 and 8 July 2021. Previous introduced, my name Rama Kartamukti. I'm from Communication Science Department at UIN Sunan Kalijaga. I will share about my papers because I feel sad. I feel sad about the drastic increase began when holiday were imposed and people were less safer about providing physical distancing. The increase in active case on COVID-19 is 2 people in discipline complying with health protocol. Many people die. Maybe people die in June and July. I will share my presentation. Okay. It's visible? Moderator?
Yes, very clear.
Okay, thank you. This is my paper, informative about COVID-19 post-truth era in Indonesia, case on Twitter for 10 and 18 July 2021. Introduction, because this first, I start presentation with, I want to my paper. I very sad about phenomena in Indonesia. Many people die death patient due to COVID-19 in Indonesia in the second wave in 2021 have increased quite drastically. Cumulative since the COVID-19 pandemic first appeared in the COVID problem, Indonesia reached 1,937,652. It's very people to die, resulting in positively rate of 23.6%. Every 100 people test with PCR and TCM, there are 23 and 24 people who are positive of COVID-19. Padahal in WHO, this number is much higher, very higher than the threshold report by the World Health Organization as around 5%. We in Indonesia 23.6% is very big for patient COVID-19. The increase secondly, the increase in active case of COVID-19 is due to public indiscipline in complying with health protocol, not obey to protest. I said very sad. Many community activities do not comply with and implement 3M. 3M is meaning of namely wearing mask, menggunakan masker, and then washing hand, mencuci tangannya, and then keeping distance, maintaining distance. Some are still involved in mass crowds without health protocols being followed. In principle, the increase in active case can be prevented in the community is discipline carrying out health protocol. Even though the government is also handling COVID-19, bringing in vaccine, but it is believed to inhibit the rate transmission to virus, the COVID-19 vaccine. Until July, 16 July 21 has received a total 100 billion 41 million 30,000 880 vaccine. The public, as expected, is increased their knowledge of the danger of the rapid spread of the virus, but the high increase in transmission can create significant disruption to health, economic, and food security issues. And then third, low knowledge about COVID-19 is also contribute to increase a number of COVID-19 patients in Indonesia. Not all information as news circulating about COVID-19 are accurate, as accurate. Cominfo has recorded many 300 hoax, contacts, and disinformation regarding COVID-19 spread of social media. We can see the visible of graphic, positive COVID-19. The knowledge is collecting. We can see that many people die in here. Now, this amount of epidemic supported by development of internet and ease of access to information at this time. Misinformation circulating can affect people knowledge so that it can impact people attitude and behavior. Decision and choice are made more based on information from the internet, especially social media, Twitter. The knowledge circulating in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic produce a certain attitude in society. In the sociology study, this situation is called the post-truth era. Post-truth era is called knowledge is ability to receive, retain, and use information influenced by experience and skill, but is disrupt of fake news. In the sociology study, this situation is called the post era, where lies can discuss themselves as truth, the information, and consider a truth because it's placed on people, emotion, and feeling. And my paper is asks how the narrative character fake infodemic on Twitter. Theories I use is infodemic according to WHO. To WHO, infodemic is extensive information about a problem, so it's difficult to let alone solution. The dissemination of misinformation and rumors during health emergency can be the responsibility of the community and it's a certain and clear among the public. And then Twitter is microblogging, where users register for free and fill out individual profile that can be accessed on twitter.com. On this profile, they can post a message up to 140 characters by providing a relationship with the person they interact with, or other users with the @ symbol. They can tweet so that it appears in the people profile to participate in the chat, like tweets. My literature review is previous research. Have done research to discuss the internet and hoax. In general, the result of previous studies show that social media can spread information quickly. It's a day, and Lewandowski, the rapid distribution information on social media automatically makes the spread of hoax very fast, causing specific effects such as internet users tend to find it difficult to distinguish true and false information. And then the tendency of people who only read main title text, people right now is just read main title text, but mereka too direct to believe, can cause panic and chaos, and then it's a threat to democracy. In addition, hoax, hamthems, and form that can be in the form of short and straightforward narrative text. This is my literature review. My methodology is from qualitative research approach, through online media in the form of Twitter. After observing for each day training topic on Twitter with system SNA, social networking analysis, owned by Dr.Phil academic, analyzing the subject of study. Information were obtained which focus on discussing the analysis on the spread of the coronavirus on social media. I put data 2093 messages on Twitter media that are active from July 10 and 18 coincide with the implementation of PPKM, enforcement of restriction of community activity, which end on July, since July 2021. This is my methodology. This research, yes. I use Dr.Phil is a platform. Is to allow people to gain insight and take action based on data analytics, which well managed and processed by backend engines like that. We crawling data from news, from Twitter, from streaming, from FB, for Google and others, others. But I just take data from Twitter, and then data ingest management and queue to spare where negative sentiment or positive sentiment. Theoretical, we can add more data source as long as the volume, speed, and data variation are guaranteed. This application about social network analysis is Dr.Phil is a nickname. It's a long name is Media Kernel, with a creator from Indonesia, from lecturer, UE lecturer. The information provided, the research is limited to 1 week. I put the data is just 1 week. The information present the research in 58 tweets that are negative and become infodemic to other users. Message on Twitter, media are active from 10 at 8 July coincide with the implementation of enforcement of restriction on community activities. Okay, this is the data obtained. I'll improve your style. And then this is to produce. I collect and I see the produce Twitter about data 2093 message and tweets. Yes, and from 10 and 18 July. 1088 positive, 939 negative, and 99 neutral. This is about the data. Yeah, this data is like bukan virus. This is a mean of negative. This example is from Zhang Fei, but I just take from Indonesia. And then this is I also to analyze about theater demographic, the rank of markers related to COVID-19 pandemic. Information is mostly 19 and 29 years old. Yeah, is most standard information on Twitter for the period 10 and 18 July for subject opinion public of COVID-19 pandemic. Yeah, it's 18 under 18 and in 18 and 99 is very most standards. And then for gender, this is mostly male to produce message in Twitter about COVID pandemics. Author is 40 and 79 is female. And visible 81.15% is male to produce about. And then I result and discussion about tracking statement and to tackle using a drone operate the use of a word that builds a negative complaint of corona. That word attached the most talk about is the China, not Chinese word, China. Like this is a word cloud about COVID-19 on Twitter. I analyze from media kernel, and then more share image. Yeah, is the relation about the word cloud. Di Wuhan, China awal uras virus corona, and then in Italy, maka ketika perang Cina memenangkan perang, orang Italia mengusir warga Cina. Yeah. Is this the produce from Twitter? Jadi, moreover, the public today has a specific style and method trusting communication with what they believe. They cannot be separated from the narratives surrounding COVID-19. They believe about this because this statement is very most retweet. And then one example about the narrative in COVID-19, the visual narrative, the half of the community is not capable of corruption, also appear and color the tweets during the study as a negative statement. Jadi this is Indonesia, yeah. The diversity of infodemic is also is also present in virtual space, social, political, health, and cultural space. Infodemic in the form of image are presented to critique political, such as the issue of social assistance, bansos, only for certain political flags, and character narrative present maksulkan presiden, and then tangkap anak lurah, and then more, etc. This is the Twitter shot from Roskal. Akun name is Roskal. Nah, and then I tweet 10 and 18 2021 to produce positive tweet. Sentiment narrative is quite dominant compared to the negative narrative. It's like a positive and negative hand to hand, day by day, or period 10 and 18 July 2021. But alhamdulillah, negative against positive win positive, but negative sentiment is very influence to very people in Indonesia. Many people in Indonesia. I'm sorry. This sentiment day by day, hand to hand. 20 July, 80 July, 40 July, sentiment share in Twitter. Then this second example, the increase in infodemic towards the end, second PPKM July can be seen usual generated from data coincided with increase in positive sentiment on the COVID-19 info, like the news lemon and tomato can cause positive rapid test result. It's very fully info. The speed like that is mostly come from Jakarta because Twitter is as a social media can be accessed in any area of the earth. This information can be received without hindrance to Twitter users. If the person concerned does not have a critical mind of the information, he must be accept this message. And then the image about spiral of the PPKM running, the image circulating on social media starting is rame in S.Java regional. Many lecturers share too. And then positive sentiment is likely to produce from government doctor from to lecturer. Is like this. This give a positive sentiment. And then the spread of this infodemic mostly come from Jakarta. This is the most tweet of negative information on Twitter. Is regional from the spread of infodemic mostly comes from Jakarta. Because Twitter as a social media can be accessed in any area of the earth. This information can be received without hindrance by Twitter user with the person concerned. Okay. It's more source is from Android because the Android use can move movability to place by place. And then I continue. Okay, it's buzzer. Buzzer analysis of buzzer that spread false infodemic was recorded from the result of crawling data and generate many buzzer from the big cities such as Jabodetabek and Bandung that produce false information spread to the public in general in Indonesia. We can see visible. This is a buzzer. Buzzer many are paid, but Bakso juga says from volunteers. Tangerang is include Jakarta, Bandung, Surabaya, Medan. Yogyakarta is a little of buzzer. Okay, and then this is a character of statement. The result of the spread of infodemic with false information produce a response that can lead to community. The attitude is seen from the feedback on false infodemic, namely anger. Yeah, it's anger. Anger is 65%. Trust, alhamdulillah, 35%. This is character. If a feedback from Twitter user, if he see message from infodemic, and then this narrative about the Cinta related to China, Corona. This is mostly China. This is very, very dangerous from the United in Indonesia. Okay, and this is a same page talking about the tribe. Yeah, can you come back to this? And then this is text in Twitter. Okay, this is my final conclusion. This infodemic on Twitter about COVID-19 refer to certain tribes words and have impact on hate speech that contains spirited unity and hatred of to certain races. It hatred of certain tribes, right? That's tribes. Infodemic about COVID-19 hazard can be aligned with pandemic hazard. Infodemic can vary and whether or not they are true is difficult to verify due to the lack of digital literacy. On social media, there is no standard screening, editing, and checking and rechecking process so as to generate infodemic about COVID-19 on Twitter that has a potential to generate misinformation, leading to misleading perception and action. And then from this paper, from this study, we see the challenge faced by the government to regulate this infodemic, because health disaster will be economic disaster if infodemic is also not taken seriously by the government. Okay, thank you. Time is yours, moderator.
Okay, thank you, Nuun, Mas Rama. That's a quite challenging research finding actually on infodemic in Indonesia. Such a study, of course, will be needed in enhancing the understanding of COVID-19 related to media and culture of course, in society. And now we have already listened to all three perspectives in addressing COVID-19 by speakers from Australia, Professor Paul in sociological perspective and public health, and also psychological perspective from Ibu Erika from Sunan Kalijaga, and the last one from Mas Dr. Rama in media perspective. Before I read the question and comments in chat box, I would like to invite the participant maybe directly want to ask. Please raise your hand. Ada yang nanya? Ibu Nafsia, okay? Ibu Nafsia, time yours. Please address to whom do you want to ask? Mute your mic, Ibu. Nyalakan dulu.
Sorry. Thank you, Mas BJ. I'm Nafsia. Very interesting, the three speakers, but I want to confirmation to Paul Ward. Yeah, I want confirmation. I want now to comparison about vaccine, case of vaccine in Australia and Indonesia. The first, in Indonesia, everyone wait for their turn to to be vaccinated, but the government seems slow to provide it. How about in Australia? Is it Australia also the vaccine producers? Is there any delay given to a community? Two questions. How the Australian repose the vaccines? And the last question, what does the Australia government do with the people, the refuse, the reject to be vaccinated? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Nafsia. I hope Professor Paul directly can answer the question, please.
Yeah. So again, I guess I think, well, I know that your second question was, what does the Australian government do to people who reject vaccines? Nothing. There are no mandates to vaccinate in Australia. There are some professions, healthcare workers, people who work in aged care facilities, who are highly advised to vaccinate against COVID-19, but it's an individual choice to vaccinate or not to vaccinate. At the moment, the rules are that people aged over 40 can access the Pfizer vaccine. People aged under 40 in some states of Australia, over 18 and under 40 in some states of Australia can access the AstraZeneca vaccine. But in Australia, we've got quite a low vaccination rate at the moment. I think we're maybe at 10% of the population so far. So we've got a low vaccination rate. It's happening quite slowly. The Pfizer vaccine is the predominant vaccine that's been used in Australia, which is not produced here. So it has to be shipped to Australia because we don't produce it here. I can't remember, the first part of your question was something else though. I don't know what your first question was.
So a little bit confused with the first question, but I think Ibu Nafsia would like to address about the governments, Australian governments in, provide vaccine into people, into society, because, in Indonesia, comparing to Indonesia, has like a little bit different experience because, we don't have like many obstacles, in the practical way, because we don't have like infrastructure completely well, and another thing about the stakeholders also. Comparing to that condition, maybe Australians' experience has a different experience. I mean, in addressing, in trying to give vaccine to people. Maybe is there any agency that can be provided by hand in hand, cooperated with the governments of Australia, or just Australian government alone conduct the vaccine to people or other things? Do you have any experience?
Yeah, it's the Australian government. So in Australia, like in Indonesia, you have the national government, then you have provincial, then you have district, then you have puskesmas. So you've got many levels. In Australia, we've got two. We've got the national government, and the national government look after general practice, so a little bit like puskesmas, but GPs. And then we have state government, which is a little bit like your provincial government, and they look after hospitals. So we've got state government providing some vaccination services, and we've got national government providing other vaccination services. But I had my second Pfizer vaccination at the weekend, and we have enormous, like big warehouses, just enormous places with hundreds and hundreds of people vaccinating people all the time. We've still got quite a low vaccination rate, but it's all done via the national and state government, and all completely free of charge. So there's no cost to members of the public to have the COVID vaccination.
Thank you, Bu M.Si. Do you have any further comments to Professor, or it's enough?
I think it's enough. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Bu M.Si, for your question. And here we have Dr. Norma Permata. Dr. Norma Permata, I would like to speak directly to speakers. Please address to whom do you want to ask or comment, Pak Norma.
Thank you, Mas Pichi. I'd like to ask a question to Professor Paul Ward. Thank you for your nice overview on sociological theory relevant to crisis situations. It happens that I also work on that theme. I follow a cognitive theoretical formula which says that during certainty, people will think with their head. They will think rationally, while during uncertainty, people tend to think their heart. That formula, I'm curious to know what Australian people do with regard to prayer or praying. Do they use praying on how do they use praying in private and in public? And also, what people do when they know they do not know what to do? Thank you.
Yeah, I guess there's, I can't really answer the first one because I don't actually know what people do in terms of prayer personally, or in terms of personal or community level. I suppose that kind of when you don't know what you don't know, but your second question, that really comes down, I think, sociologically anyway, that comes down to the whole bedrock of trust. Trust is only required when we don't know. If I know the answer, if it's a rational, so-called rational decision, I don't need to trust, because trust is a little bit like religion. George Simmel, 150 years ago, said that trust was a leap of faith. So we're jumping into the future. We don't know. When I decide to trust that a pharmaceutical company has manufactured a COVID vaccine safely and effectively, that the researchers have done the randomized control trials properly to show that it's a safe and effective vaccine, and then that the Australian government has regulated that vaccine, and then someone puts it into my arm, I actually don't know. It's not, my trust in that is not a rational decision. So it's always within the context of uncertainty, because it's always something which is in the future. The future is never certain. It can't be. So I think, in terms of what you talk about there, for me, that's what most sociologists of trust would think of as, so if we're uncertain, and if we don't know what we don't know, then we either decide to make a decision to trust and to say, or we decided to make a decision to distrust. But both of those are based on uncertainty. Both of those are uncertain futures. But unfortunately, I don't know. I'm not a religious person. I'm not anti-religious either. I'm just not a religious person. So I don't know what happens in terms of the extent to which people engage in prayer around COVID. It's not something I know anything about. So okay. I wouldn't like to say, I'm afraid, if that's okay.
Or at least, Ms. Vijay, can I respond to that? following question, one more.
Okay.
Is there any informal narrative, alternate cultural narrative involved when people are in doubt, when they cannot decide whether to trust government or not? So, for example, in Indonesia, it is easier to find how people then rely on or mobilizing some kinds of informal narratives to mobilize people.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, there's not much research in and around COVID-19 yet around that, but there's lots pre-COVID-19 around how informal narratives, folklore, lay expertise, you know, all the variety of words that are used in the literature around how people utilize, construct, rest their very being upon certain narratives which make sense to them. So culturally, which makes sense to them. So yes, you know, there's lots of evidence globally that part of social systems, part of our social being is to build or at least borrow narratives that make sense to us and that help us to justify, to a certain extent, justify the decisions we make. So, you know, I can justify to myself, I can justify my decisions around whether I have a COVID vaccine, whether I send my children to sort of a lockdown march. You know, I can kind of justify that on the basis of my own kind of the narratives that I want to draw into that feed my justification. Just like the people, you know, Facebook, lots of those kind of forms of social media feed a particular narrative. That's how they work. You know, the whole echo chamber, the idea of the echo chamber is that they feed a particular narrative that people then buy into and believe. So I don't think it's anything particularly Indonesian. I think it is to be human.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Rama, Pak Norma, for your question. Professor Paul, you have more two questions here in chat room. Maybe you can read it clearly, or I need to read by myself. The first one is from Christopher Rai, and the second one from Sabik.
Oh, do you want me to? Sorry, did you want me to read them?
Okay, we have 5 minutes more, inshallah, and then
okay.
our session will be closed, will be ended.
It looks like Christopher Raymond is asking about something to do with upstream behavioral change. Is Christopher Raymond on the actual thing? Maybe he could ask himself.
Maybe Christopher, do you want to take a time to speak directly to Prof. Paul?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Ward.
Okay, please.
Yeah, basically, you know, we heard a lot about different theories, and I was just sort of curious if you had any comments or suggestions about the importance of either behavior change or kind of structural systemic change in dealing with COVID, you know, a way that educators or communicators or leaders can sort of grab hold to without completely understanding all of the, you know, political, economic issues or the discourse around a risk society, et cetera. Is there a way that, or suggestions about simple approaches or unified approaches
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of, thanks for that, Chris. Just in terms of, if you just take COVID vaccination as an example, and you know, how do we try to improve rates of COVID vaccination in a democratic society whereby we don't mandate, you know, we don't force people. How do we do that? And I think, you know, in one of the slides, I outlined a couple of behavioural ideas. I mean, as a sociologist, my interest is in that the upstream social and political. It's around how do we change, how do we understand and change the social fabric of life, the political fabric, the economic fabric of life, in order to enable particular behaviours to happen or practices to happen. But you know, that's a long-term piece of activity, and we don't have that luxury whereby we're wanting to affect change quick with COVID-19. We're wanting to do things quickly. We need to do things quickly. You know, this virus isn't waiting for us to have upstream political action, even though that's what I wholeheartedly believe in. So I think trying to work on the kind of behavioural change models is probably, I almost say unfortunately, because it feels rather individualistic and psychological, but unfortunately I think that's the thing that we need to do firstly. So you know, in terms of the third speaker today talking about infodemics and what's going on Twitter, you know, is there a way in which we can infiltrate? Is there a way in which we can kind of change, or what, you know, what's called misinformation literacy, to try and enable people to recognize when it's just a hoax, to try to enable members of the public, people out there, to see a hoax when it appears, to see misinformation when it's there. And that sounds really trite, and it sounds a really easy thing to do, and it's not sociological. But it's probably what's required at the moment, Chris, would be my guess. I don't know if you'd get any thoughts on that, but I mean, that would be my guess, is that we need something now and quick, which probably isn't sociological.
Okay, thank you, Christopher Ray, for the question, and also for Professor Paul for the answer. The last question from Sabikul Husna, Prof, I would like to read it. There are some individuals in the academic circle who also reject vaccines and promote anti-vaccine distrust of science in the context of current pandemic seems also possessed by some academics who are actually very close to science and research data. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's natural that humans will respond to crises. Humans will respond to panic and fear in very different ways, and I think to assume that because someone is an academic, all of a sudden means that they're non-human. You know, to be human is to be fallible. To be human is to be contradictory. To be human is to be non-rational, if that's a thing. So I think it's probably understandable. I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying it's probably understandable. And you know, if you look at one of the biggest impacts upon vaccination of children globally was the idea that the measles, mumps and rubella vaccine, the MMR vaccine, causes autism. And the idea of that were reduced childhood vaccination rates by a lot. A huge impact. That was created by a scientist, by a doctor, Dr. Andrew Wakefield, who allegedly fraudulently published some research showing a link between the MMR vaccine and autism. That was later retracted by the Lancet. He was stopped being a doctor. He then became, he published that had a big impact on it reduced a number of, it increased anxiety in a number of parents, made a lot of parents think about whether or not to vaccinate their child because they thought that their child may then get autism. Interestingly, when he was struck off being a doctor in the UK, he moved to America. And when a certain President Trump became the American president, who did President Trump put as one of his senior medical advisors? Dr. Andrew Wakefield. So you know, you can kind of see how there are some people in universities who may be vaccine hesitant, who may be anti-science. You can also see how some doctors have done that, and then presidents of one of the biggest countries in the world make that person a very, very senior medical advisor. It happens all the time, unfortunately. And it's about how do we counter that? How do we work with those people? How do we try to reduce the impact that they have, I guess?
Okay, thank you for all the participants who stay still so far until right now. It is in Indonesian Jakarta time 3:30, and also thank you for speakers, Professor Paul from Australia. What time is it right now, Professor?
It's just after 6 p.m.
Wow.
in Australia, so it's not too late. It's nearly dinner time. It's nearly time for me to go and make dinner for my children.
Okay, inshallah we can make another partnership in future, Professor, and welcome to our university in Islamic State University in Yogyakarta. I heard that you have many students from Indonesia, and also here there is a Christopher. Maybe in the next future we can make a partnership and also discussion in various social science themes on another thing maybe. Thank you for the participation, and also Bapak Rama, Mas Rama, thank you for your insightful finding research, and also for
Prof.
Ibu Erika. Ibu Erika has already left out this forum because she has another agenda in campus in university. Okay, the last thing, I apologize, maybe there is some mistake from me. Of course, I'm sorry, I apologize for that things. I will give back to MC, Mas Fendi. Are you there? Fendi?
Yes, yes, I'm here.
Okay, Fendi, thank you for your patient waiting so far until now. Okay, for me, I'm sorry for, here there is Pak Dekan, our Dean, Pak Sodik. Okay, thank you Pak Sodik for your support and also stay still, terus bersama kami hingga sejauh ini. Terima kasih dari saya, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yep. Thank you, Mr. BJ, for passing the baton to me. And thank you, of course, all the distinguished speakers, Professor Paul Ward, Mr. Rama, and Mrs. Erika. And now we are coming to the end of the timeline, the agenda. But before we close the today's session, today's conference, I would like to remind all of you that we still have the second day, which is tomorrow. We're going to start it a bit in a different time than today. We are going to start at 9:30 Jakarta time. Tomorrow's session will be consists of two sessions. The first one is panel presentation conference. We have 6 presenters. The second session will be a presentation of 5 best papers selected. So before I literally close today's agenda, maybe we can have group picture, group screenshot before everyone leaves the rooms. Will that be possible? The committee. Yeah, there you go. So put your best smile so that everyone can see it. On my count, 3, 2, 1. Oh yeah, because we have 3 pages, we are going to repeat it for 3 times. So, okay, next page. On my count, 3, 2, 1. There you go. Next page, the last page, I believe. If you're comfortable to turn on your camera, please do so. If not, it doesn't matter. So on my 3, 2, 1. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for your time joining today's conference. Looking forward to see you again tomorrow. Please stay safe and stay sane, of course, and always follow the protocol. Best wishes. See you again tomorrow.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Professor Paul.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you for
Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Mas
Prof.
BJ.
Thank you, Mas Fedi.
Thank you, Prof. Paul.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Humaniora Universitas Islam Negeri Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Humaniora yang merupakan salah satu fakultas favorit di Universitas Islam Negeri Sunan Kalijaga ini memandu dan mengembangkan studi ilmu keislaman dan juga ilmu sosial dan menyebarkan nilai-nilai kemanusiaan, sehingga akan melahirkan insan-insan cendekia yang senantiasa berakhlak mulia yang juga nantinya akan sangat bermanfaat bagi diri sendiri dan lingkungan sekitar. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Humaniora memiliki 3 program studi yang menunjang ilmu keagamaan dan juga ilmu sosial dan kemanusiaan, antara lain program studi psikologi, program studi sosiologi, dan program studi ilmu komunikasi. Fasilitas yang menunjang kegiatan mahasiswa Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Humaniora antara lain Interactive Center, ruang kelas, laboratorium Public Relation, laboratorium Advertising, ruang baca psikologi, ruang audiovisual, ruang prodi, masjid, perpustakaan, laboratorium perkembangan, laboratorium elips, laboratorium sosial, klinis atau CPC, dan laboratorium sosiologi.